Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the beautiful gem in the flyover state of Oklahoma, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Jennings, Oklahoma, about an hour outside of Tulsa. And we are ready this morning to go racing. I am Brian Bielanski. With me today is both Gregg Ginsberg and Tom O'Gorman, but Gregg is in charge of all of the technical stuff this weekend. So he probably won't do much talking, Tom. But Tom, I'm so happy to have you with us. We had a blast at New Orleans, and it's time to do it again.
It is. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us both at the track and on the web, either audio or video on YouTube. We've changed roles. I'm trackside, and you're remote, so I can tell you all about what's going on here. It is a chilly morning and a busy track with what I would say is a pretty core Super Tour event for this Midwestern, not even Midwestern, Plains region.
Yeah. It's funny because I've been to Hallett the last 2 years, and Gregg kept saying, I miss going to Hallett. And so Gregg and you are there this year. I'm here in Los Angeles, and we're getting ready for our first qualifying of the weekend. And this is our Group 1 STU, GT3U, Touring 3, Touring 4, and STL. And have you driven Hallett, Tomo?
I have a couple times.
Okay.
Pre-repave, if you're watching on the cameras here, you can see the circuit is really, really dark. It was repaved this off-season, and this is one of the first races that we're having on the newer surface. So my information is going to be a little outdated, unfortunately.
Yeah, we talked with Peyton Long on our podcast, our Inside the SCCA podcast this week about the repave, and he said he's still figuring it out. He's done at least one event, but like any repave, Tom, it takes a year or so to really get it to where it might kind of be consistent, right?
It does, and this is also a track, obviously, that's been here a while, and there's a lot of locals. So there's locals that are going to be having to reset up either their brains or their cars.
Right.
As there's a lot of cars, we have a big builder region here. Jesse Prather based in the area, so this is a core event, as I mentioned. But a big learning curve as we're taking a look at turn 1 into off the front straight.
Yeah, early on in these 20-minute sessions this morning, we've got 7 of them. And then we'll have one race before lunch. So this group here will race approximately 11:30 local time this morning. This racetrack in the Central Time Zone. So 11:30. That would be 12:30 Eastern Time. So that is going to be the plan for this. Here you go, 16 minutes left on the clock already this morning, and we'll start getting some times in here pretty quickly here. Trying to pull up my race monitor this morning and not being successful at the second. I have another way to do this. So, but yeah, it looks like a little overcast today. And were you there in time for the chicken song, Tom?
No, I don't know what that is. So
oh my gosh!
No, I lied. I know what that is. They played it on one lap when we were here, so I missed it, unfortunately, or maybe not, unfortunately.
It's a little slice of Americana. How about that? Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
I'll have to get up earlier tomorrow. But yeah, as you mentioned, overcast. It's about 60 degrees, so it's not cold or warm. And I think this is probably pretty primo qualifying conditions for most of the morning. But as I take a look, we're expecting weather for the rest of the weekend, mostly this afternoon and tomorrow. So it may be that these drivers are going to qualify in the dry and then race in the wet. Although this Group 1 will probably get it in before that weather starts to move in.
So I'm playing with my iPad, trying to get the timing and scoring up, and I know what's going on. We moved, Tom, about a month ago, and I haven't put the new Wi-Fi password into this iPad.
Oh,
I'm like, I know what's wrong.
You need tech support at your house. I got Greg here. You need someone there.
Exactly. Well, my Wi-Fi network is Speed Racer, so everybody knows which house that comes from.
Sure. So. Do you have red stripes down the side and a 5 on your door?
Oh, if only. Anyway.
So there are 162 cars entered this weekend, 24 in this group, and they're pretty evenly spread across all the classes. It's 5 STL cars, 5 or 6 STU cars, T3, we're looking at about 7 entries, about 5 in T4 there, and then 4 in GT3U. So this is a pretty busy track, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, not a particularly long circuit. And the speed of these cars actually is probably going to compress pretty heavily at this track. They're not going to be spread out nearly as much as they would with a track with much longer straightaways.
Right. And it's a very flowy track. You know, there's very little time to rest.
Yeah.
There's maybe a 5 seconds on the front straight between turn 10 and turn 1, but you're never not turning. Even the back, the other straightaways on the racetrack, those aren't even straight.
Yeah, it's not a traditional racing circuit in what we consider now, you know, long straights, turns, brakes, and then a turn, brake zone, long straight, turn, brake zone. This is one of those classic tracks that kind of just follows the land. So that's one of the longer straights we're taking a look at now, down into turns 7 and 8. But as I mentioned, it's really it's only 1.8 miles long, and there's not a lot of opportunity to stretch legs. As we're currently seeing Tony Rivera on the top of the board, a 122.7 in his Mazda RX-3 from GT3U. And then David Fiorelli is the top SGU car at a 123.5. Chris Edens is trying to keep Tony Rivera honest, though. They're in the 2nd position in class, 3rd overall, less than 1.5 seconds back.
There's a great mix of local-ish drivers that come to Hallett, along with the kind of our Super Tour regulars, Tom. It's kind of one of those spots in the country where you have to really think about making the trip from the East Coast and then making the trip from the West Coast. Obviously, it's right smack dab in the middle of the country. So we don't get the entire Super Tour traveling circus of drivers here, but we do get a great group of drivers from Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas and Nebraska and Missouri and all of those spots around the country that this is kind of one of their local tracks. And it's really fun to see these other folks. This is where we first saw Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, who've become one of the top and front runners, these young kids in Spec Racer Ford. So it's fun to see these local guys kind of out there mixing it up and on a track that the other parts of the country, the drivers of other parts don't always get to. So there's definitely a local track benefit here. There's some home field advantage here.
No doubt, and it's also it seems to be an event that's captured a really high quality of driver as well. We have, like I mentioned, 160 drivers here. The paddock is packed. But as I scroll down just this group, I see champions, I see podium finishers from the runoffs in all of the classes. I have drivers in this group that could easily win the runoffs later this year. So something about this event, and as you mentioned, the travel that is required and the decision making and the audience that it captures, this is going to be a really competitive event. You mentioned SRF3, 37 drivers registered there, so that'll be our biggest group in a little bit. Taking a look at T3, it looks like Steven Johnson is on top at a 124.6, then a 125.3, only a couple tenths back for Brian Dabrowski. Michael Pettiford in his Solstice, the yellow car you see on camera there, is 3rd at a 126.1, and then Michael Meek at a 126.2, so less than 2 seconds spreading all of T3. And then in T4, Mark Cefalo has a pretty comfortable gap, a 126.7 was the last time through. I'm actually also struggling to get timing up, so it may not be you, Brian. But okay, we're still tracking them here at the track on our live stream, or live cameras, excuse me.
There we go.
Oh, spin for one of the STU cars. That's the Supra.
20 car, yeah. He's trying to get going.
So something we can talk about with this shot. There's a couple of different corners that have clearly had a lot of cars going through them, but also had a lot of mud. And that's one of the exits. He was off before that section, but if you happen to drop your right side tires off, specifically turn 1 or the camera we're looking at there, turn 6, both of those exits are pretty rough. As far as if you drop a tire, there's going to be not just grass but mud and ruts, and a couple of those have drainage grates on the outside of them too. So it's a challenge that maybe those local drivers know a little bit better than someone traveling in.
Yeah, that 20 car was Peter Federlin, That was the Toyota Supra. He's out of Austin, Texas, so he was able to get back going. And early morning, track might have a little dew on it, and it is. You can actually almost see like a dry line there, but I don't think that's what it is. I think that's just the rubbering in of this new pavement.
Right. I think that's what's that bit of the blackness kind of starts to polish off of where the cars drive most regularly.
Yeah.
The class that we didn't mention much, actually, Ethan Barker is at the top of T4. He's at a 126.6, so he's in front of Mark Cefalo. Leon Falk is third there in T4. We mentioned STL. We haven't mentioned yet. Brian Heitman is the top car there in his MX-5 over Ryan Jutiel and James Dianto. And then I think GT3U is the class that has the highest, maybe. I don't want to say skill set, but most experience. Tony Rivera, Michael Lewis alone are going to take that. Tony Rivera is at the top, 122.3. Chris Eden's right behind at a 122.5. And then Michael Lewis is a little slower this morning to start at a 128. But we know that RX-7 is going to be quick, too.
Yeah, that RX-7 always tends to find its way to the front of the field one way or another. So Michael Lewis is a multiple national champion, and he's got his team does a really nice job with those cars. So about 8.5 minutes to go in this session. Let's do this. Let's take our first break, and we'll do our first call to the grid of the day. So, Tom, if you will do the honors of hitting those magical tones for me.
Ready? Here we go. It's my first time, guys. Tell me how I do.
A spectacular tone-pressing moment here for Tomo. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Next up, Group 2, E Production, F Production, H Production, B-Spec. Let's come to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 2 to the qualifying session. All right, we'll take our break. When we come back, we'll have more qualifying from Hallett.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And we are back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Tomo, and the DriversEye gang bringing you another Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Having a great time doing it. And we got, oh yeah, we do have trouble. We have Car pulled off there, off to the distance. It is too far away for me to know what that one is.
I believe it's the 42 car. I'm trying to find Michael Pettiford maybe in a big spin right behind. There's all that dirt I mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. So this is one of those, Tom, this is the track that every driver loves because there's lots of areas to screw up and not hit anything. And I love that.
That is true. You do get to go for a ride sometimes.
Yes. But I mean, first time I came to this racetrack, I'm like, I didn't realize that Oklahoma was this beautiful. And look at this. I mean, I'm looking for my picnic basket, and have a nice little afternoon at the racetrack. So
I misread. I believe it's actually James D'Anto's MX-5.
Okay.
We'll get a number on that car later. I wanted to call out T4. We've got a heck of a race shaping up. 71 thousandths of a second between Ethan Barker and Mark Cefalo.
Wow. in
a pair of MX-5s. They're in T4. And they are up by 2 seconds on third place, which happens to be Timothy Blakely right now in another MX-5. So that T4 battle is killer. Less than a half second between David Fiorelli and Jorge Nazario there in STU. Less than a half second battle between Brian Heitman on provisional pole and Ryan Gutiel in STL. Less than 3/10 of a second between Tony Rivera and Chris Edens, and less than 4/10 of a second between Steven Johnson and Michael Pettiford. Every single one of these classes has a tight qualifying grid right now.
Yes, Ryan Gutiel is we had him on the podcast, and I pronounced it wrong on the podcast. He goes, I don't really care, but Mom would get on your back if you don't get it right. So
there you go.
Yeah, really great guy. That car was destroyed at the runoffs, and he rebuilt it over the winter, cut off the front clip, put a new front clip on. We did a whole show on the decision between fixing a car and starting from a new tub. And he does all of his own mechanic work except for the body work, because that's a whole thing you have to have a lot of skill with.
Sure.
But a great guy, and you're consummate club racer doing all the work himself. So fun to chat with him. He's a West Coast guy making that trip out to Hallett. So.
Isn't it funny, the race car driver, the mechanics I know, the builders I know, they all draw the line at bodywork. Then none of them want to do that.
Well, I think part of it is you need some specialized tools to be able to realign the front of the car and get it square again.
Sure.
And all of us, we don't have those tools. So that's really helpful to have someone who has a body jig tool, which is kind of cool. So still at the
Sorry, go ahead. In T3, real quick, Brian Dabrowski just took provisional pole 124.3. That's another 0.2 faster than Steven Johnson had been. So now it's Dabrowski, Johnson, Pettiford there in T3. Mazda, Nissan Z, Pontiac Solstice.
These are those fun classes where you've got all these different marks and models of cars. Where in the world are you going to see a Pontiac Solstice out there racing against a Dodge Neon, and then up against a BMW 330 and a Toyota Supra? And that's one of the big charms of doing club racing, is you get all these different cool cars.
Yeah, we'll throw in T3, we've also got a Porsche Boxster and that 3 Series BMW. So 5 for 5. They're actually only spread out by 2 seconds, top to bottom, and all 5 different cars in there. It's pretty cool.
Wow. And of course, wouldn't be an SCCA race without a Mazda Miata.
Or it doesn't.
Or it doesn't. Exactly.
Good look at the S2000 out of STU. Doesn't appear to have a timing loop on it right now, but I know the driver and I'm spacing his name. Oh no. I know that car had a successful run at the runoffs last year, the red car coming into the braking zone for turn 9 right there. And I was kind of watching here yesterday, and it was surprising to me how many cars were loose coming over that brow and then into the braking zone. Particularly in Spec MX-5, that zone looked like a really, really tricky spot to get those cars slowed down.
Right. About 30 seconds to go, and still at the top, it's Rivera, Edens, Fiorelli, Nazario, and Lipsinick. That's your top 5 right now. 2 GT3U cars, and then 3 STU cars, top 5 right now.
They're in STU. They all just improved. The top 3 did. David Fiorelli is on top still by about a half second over Jorge Nazario. Patrick Lipsinick in his Subaru 2.5 RS is in there in third in front of Alan Orban, who looks to be driving a car that we've seen at the runoffs, that SRT4 from a previous driver. He's a couple seconds back, but those top three are all in the same second.
Yep. All right, time is out on this session. Now there's always a chance that we might get a quick lap here, but let's run through our top 10 right now. It's Tony Rivera, Chris Edens, those are GT3U cars. Then we've got 3 STU cars, David Fiorelli, Jorge Nazario, Patrick Lipsinick is in 5th. Then you've got your first 3 T3 cars, Brian Dombrowski, Steven Johnson, and Michael Pettiford. Then you've got Michael Meek also in T3. Your fast car in T4 right now, Ethan Barker, followed by Mark Cefalo in 11th. And STL, your fast car this morning, is Brian Heitman, followed by Ryan Utile. And is that the only 2? No, and then you've got Peter Davis. So those are your top cars in STL. So that's how they're gonna start for, rather, at least provisionally, for today's race. That race, of course, is going to come down at about 11:30 local time. Of course, times are kind of approximate because you never know with cleanups and everything. But we will be doing that at 11:30 before we take our lunch break today. So, Tomo, if you give me another set of tones, we'll do another call to grid, and then we'll take a short break until we get our next session going. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. E production, H production, F production, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec race group here. 20-minute qualifying session, the only qualifying session of the day for this group. So this is their one chance to get it and get it good here, Tom. And I love this group. We've got a bunch of cool cars again in these production classes, as well as the little class that could is what I call it, B-Spec.
Some of my absolute favorites from top to bottom, and it's stacked once again. 29 cars in the group. We have 10 in B-Spec, 6 in E Production, 7 in F Production, and 6 in H Production. We're taking a ride on board, I believe. This is Jesse Prather's, Kent Carter's Mazda 2. I'm sorry, wrong Mazda 2.
Kent Carter and the Goodyear Racing camera. Thank you to Goodyear for bringing us this camera this weekend. And Kent is based out of Texas, I'm pretty certain. Yes, Houston, Texas area. And his wife is a timing and scoring person, and we always love to see them at the racetrack. So
see a nice orderly outlap. This is one of those zones I've mentioned, all the dirt on the outside. There's, you can see some of it, and then a little bit more on the exit of turn 7, which 6 here that we've already seen. Nice orderly outlap, just kind of getting tires up to temp. We've seen these Goodyears be a little tricky on the first lap on the back of the B-Spec cars, just because they're not that optimized on suspension. They're pretty limited, so I wouldn't be surprised if the B-Spec drivers took 2 or 3 laps.
Yep.
And then over on the production side, they're on race tires that are pretty proper, so they're also going to take a bit of time as the temperatures continue to kind of maintain right at 60 degrees, if not maybe getting a little bit chillier here.
Oh, and right away we've got a car driving off the racetrack. My guess is that car's having a problem, and he's trying to drive as far off so they don't have to stop this race to get him. Thank you
super
very
heads
much.
Up.
Yeah,
I think that's Ralph Lindo and his H Production Volkswagen Golf.
Now, I would never want to disparage a class, but the production car classes, sometimes they're a little older and they don't always have the best reliability, so the production drivers know that how to get their cars off the racetrack to not stop the session for everyone else.
Well, they're just high strung. They're cool cars.
Yes.
They're not allowed to have, you know, in the modern builder's age, the high strung means adding as much horsepower as you can with bigger engines, with tuning, with aero. And these production cars are from a theory back in the 50s and 60s where you're modifying the engine. Instead of swapping it, making it bigger, you're just throwing everything you can at it to make every bit of horsepower. Every little allowance and tolerance has to be the tiniest thing you can. They have box flares and big wide slicks, but no aerodynamics on them on the exterior, really. So they're just a different theory, and that's part of, because no one's really building them. It's not like you can go to BMW and buy one, you know, like with modern cars. You gotta build them yourselves.
Right. Yeah. People tend to think they don't always have reliability because they're old, but you're right. It's because they're trying to get the last 1/10 or 100th of a second out of these motors, and motors that weren't designed to be doing what they're doing. So that's a good point. Really good point. Of course, Jesse Prather, this is his home racetrack. And many of the cars in this group, in this production classes and all of the different production classes, have motors built by Jesse Prather. He is a multiple-time national champion in his own right as a driver.
I was trying to look at the times and at the entry list and see which class is the most stacked, in my opinion. I can't pick one. In H Production, we have Chuck Mathis, who's a podium finisher. Chris Albin is absolutely fast. Jesse Prather in there. Angus Chrome is usually a top 10er. The other 2 names I don't recognize, but Paul Evans in that 510 has been keeping Jesse Prather pretty honest. Then we go to E Production. Tyler Ladd is a former champion, defending champion. We've got Mark Webber in there. Bill Miller in there, was really successful in that BMW. In B-Spec, obviously that's the biggest class. There's a bunch there, but in F Production, Ken Kennard is a podium finisher. Steven Stuyvesant is a podium finisher from the Runhouse. Cliff Ira is a winner. Michael Lewis, interestingly enough, jumping over in what appears to be the same RX-7 that we know the body shape of in GT3 and GT Light in E Production now. Oh, sorry, F.
It's some fantastic cars. Michael Lewis was in the last race group, so he jumped out of his one car and jumped into, actually it's the same car, is it not, in the F Production?
I believe it is the same car. Maybe that's why we didn't see many times from that car represented in the previous session.
Yeah, or it could be why the car was slow in the previous session, because it was set up in F production trim.
Right.
And because he was just going to basically drive it from the impound right to the grid for the next race group. So that's the tough part when you're in these multiple classes and you have back-to-back sessions, is you have to make a decision, which of these sessions am I going to set the car up for?
Right, and that it comes back to my memory. This is actually part of an absorption, basically, of GT Light into F production, combining those classes.
Correct.
Eric Krill also out there in a former GT Light car, so they look a little different. Looks like they had to take the aero off of them a little bit to match the more F production style. There's your current provisional pole sitter, Cliff Ira in Honda Del Sol, 27.7. He's a second up on Michael Lewis, and then it's Wade McBride actually third in F production. Keeping an eye on those cars working their way through turns 8 and 9 towards turn 10, as they've already started to catch the back markers of B-Spec.
Yep. We have at least 3 national champions in this field. Michael Lewis, Eric Prill, Jesse Prather, and I'm checking to see if there's one other one here. And let me...
Ira.
Cliff Ira. Yeah, okay, that's not the one I was checking on, but you're absolutely right. No, the one I was thinking does not have. He has 67 starts at the runoffs, Mark Webber. 67 starts without a podium finish. That is stick-to-itiveness, Tom.
Yes, there you go. A record's a record, right?
That's right. That's right.
Looking at...
We have contact.
Ooh, go
Big
ahead.
wreck here. That is, looks like a Nissan, possibly, like a 240Z.
It's definitely there's a Porsche 944, which I believe is out of E production, and then a driver in an F production Miata. I'm trying to find both numbers on that car. I think Wade McBride is in there in the 07.
Right. Yeah.
And now the issue becomes that's that mud I was talking about. It may be difficult for either of those cars to get out of the mud pit, as the B-Spec car still coming through at the absolute limit, trying to get their qualifying in and having to slow down for this local yellow.
Well, and they're taking a different line here. You can see them hitting the mud on the inside of the racetrack as well. I suspect we're going to get ourselves a full course caution here, because they're not going to be able to leave those cars in that position at all. You've also got debris right in the center of the racetrack. There's Cliff Ira coming through right there behind them. As you can see, that wildly waving yellow, trying to get these cars the information they need. Now, they also have the Flagtronics in their cars, so they'll see a local yellow on their Flagtronics unit as they come into this section as well. But they won't see that. I don't believe they'll see the local yellow until they get to the flag station. So not as helpful in this situation as it might be in others. And you can see there is the Flagtronics unit right up on top of his MyLaps right there. It's green in this section of the racetrack. When he gets to the section where the problem is, it should turn yellow if the corner station has hit the button. And that's how that's supposed to work there. And here you can see them coming in. This is a different part of the racetrack here. This is coming in. I believe this is the turn 10 section coming onto the front straight. That's exactly what this is.
Sure is.
As,
the other car involved, I just want to say real quick, is the 94 of Kevin Patterson out of E production.
Got it.
That's the 944 in there with the MX-5.
And now you can see, you see how that changed to yellow there on the Flagtronic screen? And now once they get to the next flag station, if they're not full course yellow, they will come and it'll go back to green here once they get to the flag station. Yep, there it is. Love it when it works. Really great tool, though, for the drivers who to almost all of them, after they use the system for a while, really like that Flagtronics unit. Nice safety improvement here, required for all the Super Tours this year and the runoffs. And like I said, those who have had a chance to use it really do seem, most drivers really do seem to like it. So
I've enjoyed it as well, and it's second to the flag. You have to watch the physical flag,
correct,
of course, but unfortunately, I think this is going to be a disjointed and shortened session for this group, looking like a checkered flag being displayed at the start-finish line, which means that these drivers maybe got 2 laps of qualifying before, 3, maybe 4, before that incident happened between those 2 drivers in turn 1.
All right, well, let's run through it real quick, and then we'll take our one break here. Between sessions, we'll do it quick here. Well, we're going to have some cleanups. We don't have to be so quick. Anyway, the provisional qualifying right now on top of the leaderboard, Tyler Ladd in E-Production is first, followed by Bill Miller and Jake Anton. Your pole sitter in F-Production will be Cliff Ira, followed by Ken Kennard and Steven Simons. Then in H-Production, Jesse Prather is your fast car there. Followed by Chris Albin and Chuck Mathis. Now looking at B-Spec, it looks like your fast car there is going to be Andrew Jasson, followed by Kent Carter and Gail Corley. That's how they're going to line up here when we get to our race. Our race for this group is going to be the first race after lunch, and that should happen. Let's see, what time is that going to be? Hold on, I lost my schedule here when I put all my windows down on my computer. That session after lunch is going to start at approximately 1:05 p.m. Central Time, so that'll be next. Let's take our break. If we can get some tones real quick, Tom, we'll do a call to grid and take our tones, and then we will head to break. Attention the paddock, Spec Miata cars to the grid, Spec Miata cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Spec Miata cars to the grid. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
SCCA Hoosier Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, getting ready for Spec Miata. 15 cars registered, a fairly light field here by Spec Miata standards, but it is absolutely going to be highly contested. We have, I mentioned 15 cars and a couple of top 10ers, top 15ers from the runoffs in the past couple of years as they fill in the grid, cleaning up an incident, light incident from qualifying in a previous session between a couple of production cars. That will make Group 2's race very interesting at 1:05 this afternoon Central Time. And that will be followed immediately by this Spec Miata race. Paying attention yesterday in practice to Spec Miata and Spec MX-5, these drivers really took the opportunity in practice to run in close quarters. Be interesting to see if they spread out a little bit more here on qualifying day or not. As Hallett Motor Racing Circuit doesn't really have long straights, it's probably one of the least draft-friendly tracks that drivers will see, which really comes into play here in Spec Miata and B-Spec, a couple others as well.
And I am back. Sorry, Tom, about that. Yeah, it looks like we still got some cleanup going on out there, so we're probably still about 5 minutes away from a good 5 minutes away from getting us started here.
Hearing 5 on the grid-ish from Flagnet, and we can do our first shout out. If I'm seeing a lot of chat in the YouTube feed, which you can join on the SCCA's YouTube channel. About how fun this track looks, and I've never heard a bad thing about this track. And wow, this track looks way more fun than I thought. Well, SCCA has a Track Night in America event here on May 15th. That's a Thursday, and those are from about 4 to 8 p.m. So if you happen to be in the Oklahoma area, I would say this track's absolutely worth a half a day off work and a 2 or 3 hour drive if you need to do it, to come get some track time here. Again, that's May 15th for SCCA Track Night in America. The website, tracknightinamerica.com, will have the information for that event. They're low-cost evening events, and they're a ton of fun. So if you happen to be in the area, or you're one of the drivers here who wants a little more seat time, you can bring out your street car, no experience needed, and you can get a little bit of recreational fun on a racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, if you're anywhere else in the country, we do those everywhere, so you can look up all the tracks that that program goes to.
Yep, and you can go to SCCA.com, and I believe it's, actually, I think it's tracknightinamerica.com. I think they have their own website.
Yeah.
And you can go find track nights all over the U.S. at some of the best racetracks around the country. So, you know, if you ever said to yourself, hey, I'd love to try, if you're at Road America, man, it'd be so cool to be out. Well, you can get a chance to go to Road America and do that. So, but it's a cool format, Tom, too, because I think you were a track night coach.
Yeah, actually, I was one of the original people brought in to help with that program, and we kind of designed it off of nothing. We just wanted to let people have fun driving a street car. It's technically, we don't allow race cars, but you know,
right.
what makes a race car? Safety equipment and stickers. Okay, if you got a car with safety equipment and stickers, we can talk. But it was a really fun thing to design, because the whole concept is, we're not going to force you to be a race car driver. We're not going to go through all of these meetings about lines and braking and da-da-da-da. We're just going to say, here are the rules to stay safe and go have fun.
Right.
And we saw, honestly, lower incident numbers than average track days and better behaved drivers in the groups that came into that format.
Yeah.
And we've had now many drivers go from that in the last 10 years as their first track day to licensed drivers racing both here and other places. And yeah, that kept me employed for 5 years, paid my bills for 5 years, putting on those events.
Yeah, and I mean, the one I did, basically, don't be stupid. That was the instruction. That was more than that. but I mean, that's essentially what we're trying to teach people is to be out there and not do anything too crazy, but have some fun. And I refer to it as the entry drug to road racing. You know,
Sure.
kind of gives you a chance to wet your whistle, and you can decide whether there's something you really want to do at a more serious level, and with a very low price point to get in. And if you love it, you keep doing more of that, or you know, you can go on to time trials or autocross, or even go road racing like we're doing today. So it's a great opportunity to give people a chance to find out what we do and how we do it, and it's turned out to be a wildly successful program. And I don't know who's responsible for that, but I think that I'm on one of the Hall of Fame selection committees, Tom.
Okay.
And I have a feeling that whoever decided that we should do Track Night in America someday, they're going to be a Hall of Fame member.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Very fun, and this is the 10-year anniversary of that program.
10 years is crazy.
The craziest part is it's almost unchanged from when we invented it. We were
Well,
at
that's
Atlanta
great.
Motorsports Park. We made up a schedule, and I swear that schedule is almost completely unchanged, down to the drivers' meeting notes and everything. 10 years later, so I guess we did okay.
Yeah, no question.
So we're well under 5 on the grid again for Spec Miata Group 3 coming up. Closer to probably 1 minute actually. Only 15 cars again, so this will be a pretty nice open session. We have had a couple of little spins here and there, but relatively smooth start to the weekend here.
Yeah, and you know, we're used to seeing these huge Spec Miata fields, and there's a different dynamic, but it's also a cool dynamic when you've got a bit of a smaller Spec Miata field. Out on the West Coast, we tend to have some slightly smaller fields, and you get usually 15 great race cars with decent drivers in them, and they're all running in the top 10, 15. Well, they're all running in the top 15, but they're all running bunched together for a lot of these races. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out here once we get to the race this afternoon at about 1:40 this afternoon here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, from the racing we saw at NOLA, a field about this size was some of the best racing that I watched as I was kind of stalking other live streams and racing from around the world. The racing that we saw at NOLA from Spec Miata and most of the other groups was internationally top-tier racing. So
yes,
this will be a ton of fun to watch. I see brake lights on most of the cars in grid, so that tells me they're probably at about a 1, putting the clutch in or starting to think about it.
Yeah. There is our little Hallett start stand there. One of the most interesting grid to pit road configurations here. It's everything about this track is unique in a good way. A lot of what we see these days is these cookie-cuttered racetracks that are all made to an FIA safety standard, which is fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of those tracks don't have character, and this track is one of those tracks with character. And a lot of characters.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And it's about 80 feet of elevation change total. We're taking a look at the front straight, which is actually a couple of maybe 2 stories downhill, then uphill, then downhill again into turn 1. So even though that straight's one of the longest ones, you go blind for just a moment trying to kind of navigate out of turn 10 there. Cars on course.
Cars are on course. First 2 cars to go across the timing line are going to be the Stretch brothers, Logan and Matt Stretch, out of Arlington, Texas. Max Stallone is in this group. He usually provides us with a camera every weekend, so we should keep an eye out for that potentiality here. And again, very heavily weighted towards the middle part of the country. The drivers in this group from Texas, Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, and Oklahoma. Only one Oklahoma driver, and we're in Tulsa area, at Hallett. So. 20-minute qualifying sessions this morning. So, and as we learned in the last session, you don't want to throw away your first couple of laps, because if there is an incident, it could be the only laps you get in this race. So you kind of have to have the mentality of get your car up to speed as quick as you can and put down one of those banker laps and then see what happens after that.
Very important. And I'll do a little more recon with these drivers today, or maybe this evening, and be able to find out if this surface is a big learning curve for the spec tire that these cars run. But I imagine we typically see these cars peak right around lap 3 or 4 on most circuits, which maybe becomes laps 4 or 5 here on this shorter track. But that newer pavement is going to be a big learning curve for getting up to speed. You see lots of jockeying of position coming up to the green flag, but as I mentioned, not a lot of effort to work together, which is kind of a rare moment in Spec Miata.
Yeah, they'll sort that out probably and find their partners, and then try to put those laps on. I think the working together here is a little less important, Tom, because there isn't all those huge long straightaways like you would have at a Road America or Road Atlanta. So, but still, I'm sure working together is better than not.
Yeah, it goes from bump drafting to it kind of becomes staying out of each other's way, not stepping on each other's toes, but also that rhythm of, maybe we're not bump drafting, but we have turns 4, 5, 6 to link together. Right. And if a friendly car is behind you, you can focus forward in this zone that we're looking at now. As we see, I believe that's both of the stretches, Logan and Matt working together, the white and red cars there. A little different than we're used to seeing where they're pushing. They're more working together in not getting in each other's way. Exactly.
So, people in the chat this morning, Daisy. Not sure if I got that right. Matt Blem is in the chat. Channel 786 here. Vladimir Meskilis voting, of course, rooting for Vinny. That makes perfect sense. Eric Cartman. Hello, everybody. HP Beetle 15. Oh, I think that's the guy building an H production Beetle. That would be cool.
Gotta be.
Well, it's gotta be, yeah. He's been in the chat before talking about this Beetle build. I cannot wait till you get that car done and get it on a racetrack. That's gonna be so much fun.
It's gonna be a convertible, right?
It should be. I mean, come on.
Chop top new Beetle.
That's right.
That's pretty cool.
That would be awesome.
So we'll see how much quicker the drivers get, but everybody has mostly completed their first flying lap. Vinny Miskelis goes to the top at a 1:29.1. 10th back for Matt Stretch, then Logan Stretch, another 10th back from there. Max Stallone and Beckett Friesen become the top 5, as these are mostly in the shot right here.
Yep.
Hayden Manis also out there, Robert Watson, Matthew Davis, Jared Joseph are going to round out the top 10 after one lap.
Max Stallone just put down a purple first sector with in this lap, so we'll see if he can put it together with a good second and third sector. You're interested, you can go to scca.com/live and you can get the live timing where you can see these sector times. You might want to make sure you do that on a different device, though, because I don't want you turning away from our feed here. But now Joseph Federi just went, Federal went down and put down a purple lap in the second sector. Got a couple of guys out there putting down good laps. I get the sense, Tom, lap 2 and 3 are really the best time for these tires, and then they kind of level out. And the other thing we got to keep an eye on with this new surface is how the tire wear is working, because this class is among a couple of classes that need to have there's tires that they're running today. They're going to run Saturday and Sunday as well, all day tomorrow as well. So how they take care of the tires this morning is terribly important, because that's going to be the set of tires they've got for the full weekend.
Right. This is one of a couple categories. You're allowed one new set for every weekend, but you can use as many old sets as you want. And we have seen other tracks, usually older pavement, not always reward sticker tires. So you can make a little bit of strategic decision making there, but usually you would put the stickers on in qualifying and use them maybe some rotation throughout the weekend from corner to corner. Joseph Federal, as you mentioned, goes to the top, and not a lot, well, actually big movement everywhere else. Beckett Friesen goes to P2. Max Stallone is third, only about a 10th and a half down. Matt Stretch, Vinny Miskelis become the top 5, but the top 7 only covered by the first by 1 second. The top 9 covered by 1.5 seconds.
Logan Stretch had put down a purple second sector, and immediately after that, Vinny Maskelis put down another purple second sector. So I think those two cars got a chance to come to the top of this leaderboard after this lap here. So keep an eye on Maskelis and Logan Stretch here. They are on a flyer at the moment. And right to the top of the leaderboard with a purple 128.320 Logan Stretch. And then right after that, Vinny Maskelis takes that top spot back with a 127.8. So they are figuring out a way to make this new track surface work.
That's a pretty big lap, 3/10 up on the rest of the field. But as I say that, Vinny Maskelis provisional pole. Matt Stretch is starting off a killer lap. He goes fastest in sector, actually in the speed traps. That's 94 miles per hour down at the end of the back straight. Doesn't sound that high, but it is, I promise, very, very fast down into that braking zone. Downhill into the little snake that we're looking at here, which is a really tricky exit depending on the power you have and the grip you have. Some cars really need to get going straight. Some cars can really extend that turn two and carry momentum.
"13 minutes in, and we've already had some really great laps put down." Vinny Maskelis now puts down 2 purple sectors on this lap. So let's keep an eye on this lap that he's got going on right now. He's already 0.3 of a second up on the rest of the field. He's trying to extend that lead in the pole position race here. This last lap was a 127.8. Let's see what the next one's going to be. Maskelis out of Dallas, Texas. Matt Stretch, with that lap you were talking about, goes to 3rd place on the leaderboard. Beckett Friesen now takes the top spot with a 127.7, and that is 86 one-thousandths of a second faster than Vinny Maskelis, who had put down a slightly faster lap than his lap before.
Looks like he had an issue in the 3rd sector, though. Everything else was quicker, and then that 3rd sector lost about a half second, which was the difference in Beckett Friesen being able to take the pole by basically nothing. Matt Stretch maintains 3rd. Joseph Federal has dropped all the way to 4th now. Logan Stretch 5th. As I say that, Jared Joseph now, out of nowhere, comes up into 5th position and bumps Logan Stretch down to 6th.
Yep, less than a second covers the gap between 1st and 7th place on the grid right now. So the top 7 cars all within 1 second of each other.
See if Vinny Maskelis can get it together this time. He's gone purple in sectors 1 and 2 yet again, but that tricky sector 3, which I believe includes this section of track that comes over a completely blind crest. There's really no reference points other than finding somebody in paddock to look for. You know,
yes, and hope they haven't moved their car.
Exactly, there happens to be a blue tent that's about right this weekend, but you never know the next weekend. And then you have to get that braking zone, a downshift into the tightest corner on the track, and then an uphill acceleration zone, which just amplifies any sort of mistakes you may have made up to that point. It's a really tough section. That's why they call it the bitch.
That's right. Maskelis now with your provisional pole by 9 one-thousandths of a second over Beckett Friesen. That's barely a blink of an eye. Yeah, 127.4 was the lap. 4.28 versus a 127.437. Whew.
Call it a tie.
Absolutely. Except he won't call it a tie because he doesn't want the pole position.
Exactly.
The 2nd place car wants to call it a tie. The 1st place car does not.
It's like everybody's still improving slightly on their laps, which is not a surprise given the length of this track. I agree with you. Typically, we would see these times kind of plateau about this point in the session, but these being shorter laps, it is usual that it would take a little bit longer. We mentioned Maskelis on pole, barely over Friesen. Then it's Stretch, Matt Stretch in 3rd, Jared Joseph, Logan Stretch in 5th. Joseph Federal, Max Stallone, Robert Watson, and Hayden Manis gets himself into the top 10 in 9th, and then Matthew Davis rounds out the top 10.
And every
that's
lap
about a 3-second spread in 10. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I said every lap also we're putting more rubber on the racetrack, so that also is helping the cars, I think, get grip as we go through here. Coming up on 9 minutes to go here, Tom. Let's hit the tones. We'll take our break, and when we come back, we'll have the rest of this qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid. Wings and things. Formula, Atlantic, Continental, FE2, Prototype, and P2 to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma. And this little slice of Americana that we love to come to once a year here. 6.5 minutes to go. Vinny Miskellis, Matt Stretch, Beckett Friesen, Max Stallone, Logan Stretch, your top 5. Jarrett Joseph is in 7th right now. He just pulled off at, I don't remember which corner that was, but there's a little gate there, and he pulled off, and they opened the gate, and they let him through. Turn 5. So, but he was able to get a 7th place qualifying time in at the moment with 6 minutes to go. That, of course, could change, but not quite sure what the mechanical problem was with that car, but I'm sure he'll try to get it back and ready to go. Before we go racing this afternoon at about 1:05, this group will be racing at about, what is this, group 3? 1:40 this afternoon. Yeah, 1:40 this afternoon. Here they come, turn 7 area.
It looks like staying out as long as possible is paying off. Vinny Miskellis, your provisional pole sitter, continuing to go faster and faster, has dipped into the 126s and is on a purple sector 1 and 2 yet again. That's the gray car with the red accents coming at us now.
Yeah.
And everybody in the top 6 went faster last time through, except for Beckett Friesen. Matt Stretch is now in P2. And whatever it is, if it's conditions, tires, new pavement, whatever, these cars are going faster and faster 10 laps into their qualifying session.
Yeah, I think part of what's going on, Tom, and sometimes with these groups, because they have to have the tires last through the whole weekend, they'll get their first couple of laps in and then they'll pull it in for the session to try to save the tires for tomorrow. With this new pavement, it sounds like, or from what I've talked to, from the folks I've talked to, that they're just still learning where the places to do whatever it is they need to do are on this racetrack. Braking points have changed, turn-in points have changed a little bit, and I think they're just trying to get as much time on the racetrack to learn what the new drive style is.
For sure. Part of the personality of any racetrack is changing surfaces, especially if there's sealer, pavement, cracks sealed, etc. And this is a track that certainly had a bit of that on it. I can tell you Mid-Ohio was similar, my home track, and when they repaved it, it all became the same grip. Someone who knew the personality, I knew the personality of the old pavement. It was a bit bizarre having the whole track be pretty consistent. So I could imagine, especially the locals, most of these drivers out of either Nebraska, Texas, or Oklahoma here, a couple of Kansas, a couple of Colorado, but it could be a case of, whoa, this track it's so much better that I have to figure out a whole bunch of new stuff.
Well, and that's where someone with an autocross background has some benefits, because you have a new racetrack every weekend, and to be able to clear your mind of what you've known so long to be how a racetrack races, to then learn it all over again, and to be able to erase, because racetracks are muscle memory. You know exactly what you're doing lap after lap after lap, but you got to really erase your muscle memory, and that's tough for some people.
It absolutely is. On the track, Vinny Miskellis went quicker yet again, a 26.8. He was barely quicker, but quicker again. Matt Stretch jumped up into the 26s, so now only 2/10 between those top two. Beckett Friesen bumped to third. Logan Stretch up to fourth over Max Stallone.
Yep.
3 of those 4 went quicker last lap.
Yep. You know who has not had a problem erasing the muscle memory? Vinny Miskellis.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's creating new muscle memory apparently every race lap. So, 1:26.8. That's down almost 2 seconds from his first pole lap on lap number 2. So he's learning every single lap, or the track's coming to him every single lap. I think it's a combination of both.
One car off down at turn 9. It looks like a black and red car, but we just missed the number. Number 7.
77, I think. I think that's Daniel Manis.
Or Ahmed Salah going off there for a little bit of a ride.
No harm, no foul. There he is. About 2.5 minutes to go here in this qualifying session. We've got 7 qualifying sessions and 1 race before lunch, and then 6 more races after lunch. And tomorrow's schedule looks pretty close to the exact same plan, except it will have 35-minute or 27-lap races tomorrow, so 10 laps longer than today, or 10 minutes longer than today.
Which at this track is close to 10 laps. This is a pretty short lap.
It is, yeah.
Even in the lower powered cars. Trying to go take a look at the track records from this just to see if the pace has gotten any quicker. The most recent track record sheet I can find, we're up about a second on the track record, but that's from 2020, so give me another minute.
Ooh.
See if I can find that.
Yeah. That me out of there just put a big wheel off. First big puff of dust we've seen today.
All right, from April 2024, the previous track record held by Jim Drago from Tennessee. We know that name, 1:27.3. Yes. So if these drivers, the top 2, are in the 26s, if either of them can run that time in the race, that will become a new official track record. Even actually Beckett Friesen in third is under that track record. So the new pavement, a little quicker, but not wildly so.
Yeah.
Or Vinny Miskellis is a little quicker. I guess I shouldn't just give shouldn't just give the pavement the credit.
Sure. Casey H in the chat. HP Beetle agrees with my autocross analogy. Thank you. I love when people agree with me. And I'm okay when they don't, by the way. That's
another part of that autocross conversation that it kind of applies to racecraft, I think, is super interesting. When you're wheel to wheel with somebody, it becomes an autocross corner, in my opinion. You have to change your line, you change that muscle memory, and I think a lot of people wouldn't give autocrossers much credit for their racecraft, but a driver who understands the way to manipulate the car the way autocross requires, or the mind the way autocross requires, being able to pivot quickly to taking the outside line, the inside line, the later effects, all of those things are, in my opinion, core skills that a driver should have.
Absolutely. How many national champions do you have in autocross? 8. So for those at home, Tomo knows a little bit about what he's talking about when he's giving us the autocross knowledge. So last year, by the way. That was a great run, by the way.
Thank you. I love Camaros.
Yes, it was a lot of fun. Eric Cartman, wasn't there a quote decades ago, all autocrossers make good road racers, but not all road racers make good autocrossers? I don't know that the all is proper, but yes, I think autocrossing is a great way to learn for road racing, and many autocrossers are fantastic road racers. Tom O, Randy Popst, many national championship autocrossers have gone on to be national championship road racers, and that's good. It's just, I think when you start in road racing, Tom, and then try to go to autocross, it's just a harder transition to go in that direction. Because you're so used to having so much time to make a decision on a road course when you have almost no time to make a decision on an autocross track.
Right, and autocross is such a more abstract sport because you're not given the track to follow, and you're not given brake markers, and you're not given this, that, and the other. So I agree. It's just a more abstract thing to wrap your head around, and if you've learned to wrap your head around that, you're a better driver all around, which makes you a better road racer. Checkered flag out on this session. I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's it. Checkered flag is out. Let's go through the top 10 real quick. Vinny Miskelis is your provisional pole sitter. Next to him on the outside of row 1 should be Matt Stretch, followed by Beckett Friesen, Logan Stretch, Max Stallone, Joseph Federer. Jared Joseph was able to hold on to that 7th position as he, after he pulled in about halfway through the session. Then Robert Watson, Hayden Manis, and Matthew Davis. That'll be your top 10 when we get to our race this afternoon, right around 1:40 Central Time. So let's do this. Let's do hit the tones. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have Formula Atlantic, FE. Well, we'll tell them right after we hit the tones. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Formulas Atlantic, Continental, and FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. You're next up, folks. Get to the grid. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for my favorite race group of the weekend, Wings and Things. That's up next, and we were looking at this camera shot, Tom. You found it. We go back to that for a second. Somebody had a dramatic time here.
I'm gonna guess that was not a B-Spec car.
No,
managed to find the wall on the right out of pit lane.
Well, especially when you look at the width of the tire tracks, that looks like it was a monster truck.
So if that was you, we're sorry, but I was amused by that. I caught that on the pit out there. It's like, oops, someone had a little ride. But yeah, Wings and Things is super fun. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises, prototypes and prototype 2. We have 20 cars in the group, 6 in Atlantics, 4 in Continentals, 8 in Enterprises, and then a prototype each in 1 and 2. Good mix of cars out there. Yeah. Kind of hard to tell them apart, but if you see giant rear tires, that's typically an Atlantic.
Correct.
If you see they all look the same, that's a Enterprises. And if you can't identify the other two, then it might be a Continental. That's the best I could do, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, the Atlantics are lower and wider. Mm-hmm. Just the stance of the car with like those big-ass rear tires that you were talking about. So Hans Peter in this race in a Formula Atlantic. We've got a bunch of FE2s here. I'm looking to see. I don't see any Whitstroms in this group, which is surprising to me. Whitsons, I'm sorry. We've got a couple of FE2s, and they're from this neck of the woods, so, or at least they live in this neck of the woods now. So it'll be very interesting to see who all takes the top spot here. Tom Burt, who's doing I believe every Super Tour this year, recently retired, and out of Shoreline, Washington. By the way, if you want to see one of the best retirement videos of all time, do a YouTube search for Tom Burt retirement video. This guy can sing, dude. Yeah.
Oh, he sang at his own retirement?
He sang at his own. Well, he created a music video.
Oh, wow.
It's so good. The production of the video, the guy can sing. It's so cool. Anyway,
that is cool.
I'll put a link in our chat. And if I can find it, I'll put a link in the YouTube chat as well. But
yeah, so he's driving there in the Enterprises. And Formula Enterprises are one of 2 classes that are basically SCCA sanctioned spec cars. We have Spec Racer Ford, built and sold by SCCA Enterprises, and then the Formula Enterprises cars that are in this race. Taking a look at them right there. They're all spec. They're all completely the same. So that's basically open wheel spec Miata, if you want to call it that. And then the other classes are not spec, so those are more builders classes. We're going to see a bigger variety there in Continental, in Atlantic. And then the 2 prototype cars are the only 2 with the bodywork on them. So if you happen to see cars with fenders in this group, that's where they're at. First time across for Formula Atlantic, though, Hans Peter goes to the top of the board in a big way at a 116.9, waiting for the rest of the field to kind of get through on their first flying lap.
And I put Tom's retirement video in the YouTube chat, folks. So during lunch, go watch that. It is so good. All right. Trouble. There is a trouble. A 47 car. That 47 car is... Where is he here? Why do I not see a 47 on my...
I also don't see it. Darrell Wills from the entry list is 47. I don't see that car having transponder times on the sheet.
Well,
but running a bit wide down into turn 2 and off the track at turn 3.
All right.
Kind of that almost a roller coaster section into turn 6, then that long back straight into a blind left-hander. Right as they exit the camera frame, they flick it back to the right into this braking zone. Whoa, big wiggle, and locks the car down to keep it under control. That's another one of our Enterprises driver in the white and blue. There you go.
Yeah, good piece of driving there. And he's coming in right now to check his brake bias.
Yeah.
What world caused that?
Can actually see that car from the timing tower where we are, but I can't get a number on it just yet. Maybe even having to check flat spots a bit.
That could be too, yeah. Or just,
Meanwhile, in sorry, go ahead.
or just take a second to let the heart rate go down.
Yeah, maybe. They're in, I was going to mention, in Atlantic. We have big spreads here. Pons Peter is still out front by a big margin at 113 flat. Over in Continental, though, it's much tighter, just 0.3 of a second separating Bill Johnson and John Jansen. Both of those drivers in Van Diemen's, but they have listed different chassis numbers, so I don't think that those cars are the exact same.
Got it.
One out of Minnesota, one out of Kansas.
Hans Peter in that Swift 016 with a 111.571. That is a proper race lap, Tom.
Closing in on 1 minute.
We've got a car pointing in the wrong direction here at the turn 8, and then another car avoiding. I'm guessing that was a going off track. Oh, and then you got another car off to the right there.
Sure is, yeah.
3 different cars in this little section of the racetrack. That car there is in the wall.
Those are both Enterprises cars as well, so these Formula Enterprises are looking like they're really tricky on the track this morning. Conditions are bringing the back end around quicker. A couple of years ago anyway, when I drove one of these, they had a spec spring rate package that was a little bit wonky. They were stiffer in the back than the front, and it made it a little bit loose. And I wonder if that's still the case. I'll try to find out a bit later from the drivers, but whatever it is, Enterprises drivers are struggling this morning in qualifying.
Definitely. Definitely, and last time this happened at about this time in the session, they ended up checkering the session. So if anybody is on a decent race lap right now, they want to make sure they get it done, because we could end this one early with that car where it's at there. So that's something to keep in mind as we kind of cycle through here with 13 minutes and 20 seconds left in this session.
We haven't mentioned the standings in Formula Enterprises. It's Kenny Russo up on the top of the board by about 0.4 over Eric Wisniewski. Then Roy Hillenberg is about a second back from those two. So with the challenges this morning in Enterprises, the gaps in the spec class are pretty spread out. We'll have Justin Upchurch and Whit Strickland into the top 5. Robert Vanman and Tom Burt will complete the 7-car field. I have yet to get numbers on the 2 cars that were involved, one into the wall at turn 6. We're still just local yellow here, though, in turn 8.
Now this group, and you can actually still see stickers on some of these tires, so they've not even worn the stickers off these tires here yet, and that's probably part of what's causing some of these cars to go off. They just haven't gotten up the temperature yet. One thing to mention with this group, Tom, is this will likely be a split start with the Atlantics and the Continentals and the prototypes up front. And then the FE2 cars typically start in the second split. So that's also an interesting kind of layer to this onion when we get time to go racing.
Sure is, with the spread of the pace of these cars as well, and a shorter track, that's going to put a lot of traffic into this group pretty early, I would imagine, in that race. That's race 4, a little after 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're hearing a couple other cars stopped in various places. I think one car may have stopped after that incident we saw up the little side straight towards pit in, and then there's this car in the wall, one of those Enterprises cars we have yet to get a number on. But they seem to have just kind of covered that car with a standing yellow. We're only local in turn 8 and green on the rest of the racetrack with half the session to go.
Right. Yeah, that is interesting. I'm guessing, I can't tell from our camera, but it looks they probably have the driver out of that car, hopefully into a safe position there, and maybe they've decided to. Oh, okay, he's still in there apparently. With 11 minutes to go, let's do this, Tom. Let's do a call to grid, take our break, and when we come back, we'll sort all this out and hopefully take us all the way to the checkered flag. Give me a tone, please. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX, A sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. Group 5 cars to the grid.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Hallett, 7 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in the qualifying session for our Formula cars and our prototypes. And they are trying to get one driver safe who's had a problem and got into the wall or turn 7 area, I believe. There it is. Well, now the car is gone and we've got some course workers heading back to safety. So good news for all of that. And that means we've got another 7 minutes of green flag racing here to get to the checkered flag, Tom.
And now things get serious in this qualifying session because we've been under a local yellow essentially since lap 2 in that sector. So a lot of drivers have been doing their best. A couple drivers did get more or less representative laps, but now with those final 7 minutes, the drivers are going to really need to use the full green course to get the maximum lap time. Pole positions right now, Eric Wisniewski in Enterprises 2. Hans Peter barely over, oh no, it's now by a lot, over Brandon Beals in Atlantic, Bill Johnson in Continental, and then we've got Perry Richardson and Jack Donnellan lapping solo in prototype classes on their own. Look at those Enterprises just pivot there into turn 6. You can see the rear end really wants to come around on entry, which you can use to your advantage until you lose the back end. Now this is the section they've seen under yellow for a majority of the session. They're going to start to push the limits tougher into the blind crest at turn 7 and 8, flicking the car back to the right, and here's where that incident was on that next camera shot.
Yeah, and there is Hans Peter now, just put down a purple sector 2. So he's going to try to get to the top of the leaderboard here, of course, and he does with a lap of 109.952. He knocks Perry Richardson down by 9/10 of a second. Of course, those cars are not in the same class. It really doesn't mean a whole lot for their class aspirations. But nonetheless, that's a pretty darn good lap, a 109.952.
Absolutely flying in that Formula Atlantic. Got a 6-second lead in the class, over pole position in the class, Brandon Beals. see these drivers much differently. If you've been with us all day, a lot of the other cars, slower cars, were winding out that turn 2 and extending the radius, doing a bit more of a turn through those turns 2 and 3. These cars are really squaring up the exit and getting pointed so that they can accelerate and make a straightaway out of that short chute from turns 2 to 4.
Yeah, the driving style between the Formula car and the sedan is really obvious at that particular part of the racetrack. So I'm always impressed when drivers can go from a Formula car to a sedan and still drive both of them fast. It's such a different thought process, different mentality.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that you have to adjust is your expectation of the weight transfer. A
Right.
big car that has a lot more weight going to it, a proper suspension that was designed mostly to go on the road for a majority of the cars here, versus a race car. When you get in these Formula cars, yes, they have weight transfer, but it happens at such a smaller level that you have to redial into either the lack of weight transfer in the Formula cars, or I think the more challenging transition is going from a Formula car that is really, really precise and flat to a softer production car that you have to wait for the weight transfer to settle more.
Yeah. That's why I think when you learn how to drive a Formula car, it's easier to go. Oh, big spin as that car comes on the exit at 10. Nice job keeping it off the wall, or maybe just a good bit of Irish luck. Sometimes that's just luck, and we've got that keeps you out of a situation like that. But nonetheless, that car is moving right along. I think.
That is the 111 of Roy Hillenberg. And the nicest part about these Formula cars, they have no anti-lock brakes, which means if you start to spin, you can smash the brake pedal, lock it down, and it won't continue to spin. You're just going to flat slide,
right.
Which is what that driver did just there. Another incident for another Formula Enterprises driver down into turn 2, a quick off and back on. That braking zone is heavily downhill and completely blind until you kind of come over the crest and then hit the brakes on these Formula cars. So it's a really tricky entry there.
The other thing is that with maybe part of the problem here is that when you're putting rubber down on a new racetrack like this, all the rubber from the previous classes, for the most part, it's a different type of compound than they get on these Formula cars. And it may be causing this track to be much more slippery for the Formula cars than it has been for the groups ahead of it. Hans Peter, your pole sitter at the moment with a 109.2, followed by Perry Richardson in his store WF1 prototype. Then Eric Wisniewski in an FE2 car, followed by Darrell Willis, Kenny Russo, Robert Vanman. Those are your top 4 in FE2. Your fast car in Formula Continental, Bill Johnson right now in his Van Diemen RF01-2 out of Leawood, Kansas. Then you've got Whitney Strickland, Brandon Beals, John Jansen, and Jack Donnellan. That's your top 10 as they sit right now with about 2.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session.
Enterprises 2 is looking tight, 2.5 tenths between Wisniewski and Wills. The other classes are a little bit less tight at this point in time, but we do know that entire first half of the session was a bit disjointed. So depending on your run plan, if you had one, you could have been thwarted a little bit with that local yellow in the first half of this 20-minute session.
Yeah, no question. No question. This is a very interesting, you get to the top of that hill and you just don't know what you're going to find on the other side.
That's kind of the theme of this track. Most of the corners are blind in one way or another. This corner is fully uphill, and it's a long sweeping corner, that turn 4, but you can't see the apex until about halfway through, especially with how low you sit in these cars. You may not see it until almost closer to 3/4 of the way through, which is where your muscle memory comes in. This is also blind entry into turn 8. Turn 1 is blind. Turn 3, braking for turn, let's call it 2, is also blind. So this is one of those tracks that really challenges your mental image of the track. I would say something like Mid-Ohio does as well.
A year or two ago, I think it was going into turn 3, there was a billboard that had been up for years that was a sight line for these drivers who'd been coming to Hallett for 10, 15, 20 years, and that billboard was taken away. They decided they didn't want it anymore and brought it down, and they lost a huge visual marker that had been in that muscle memory for so long. And when you've got blind corners like that, you got to find something to help you get your bearings. And when you lose something that has been so permanent for so long, it's really hard to find the new thing.
Definitely can be, and the thing can be really anything. It could be a texture in the track. It could be a tree.
Right.
But when it's been a billboard for 10 years, you take a little bit to figure out what that new thing is. As we wind down, 30 seconds to go in this session, we'll get a couple more cars starting their last flying laps, working their way through that final corner, including, I think that is Perry Richardson in one of the prototype cars coming back through.
DZ says the skeleton of the billboard is still there, but the billboard is gone. So turn 8.
DZ's going to be our track master for the weekend.
He's got all the
tips. They've got all the
Something
tips.
tells me he's been there before.
We've also got Gregg Ginsberg fan club in the house from Jonathan Grabowski.
Yes.
Cheering for Greg, running our tech right now.
Hi, John.
There he is. So not a lot of movement in any of the classes. I'm a bit surprised that we didn't get big shakeups after that yellow one away, but Wisniewski and Vanman still the top 2 cars in FE2, but Wisniewski has gone much quicker since the last time we looked. It's now 1.7 seconds spread between the top 2 there in FE2. And as I say that, it jumps back down to 4/10 with Darrell Wills. Maybe my other timing is out.
Yeah. Peters, Richardson, Wisniewski, Wills, and Vanman, your top 5 right now. Checkered flag is out. We'll give them a little bit of time to get a few cars across the line, then we'll give you a quick rundown of who is where. Easy to learn from Jerry Bergeron, the Hallett lead instructor, and Bob. Not quite sure who Bob is, but DZ is, I'm guessing this is a lovingly reference to Bob here. We'll leave it at that. All right, let's go through our starting lineups here, at least our provisional starting lineups here. Overall pole sitter is going to be Formula Atlantic driver Hans Peter. Next to him will be Perry Richardson. Probably a split start, so this will be your first 2.5 rows in FE2. It'll be Eric Wisniewski, Darrell Wills, Robert Vanman, Kenny Russo, and Whitney Strickland. Your pole sitter for Formula Continental is going to be Bill Johnson with John Jansen possibly right next to him or right behind him, depending on how the split start works. And then prototype, I guess that's the only, prototype 2, your fast car, is Jack Donnellan. That's how they're going to start when we get to our race. The race for this group this afternoon is going to be, let's see here, Group 4 is going to be right around 2:15 p.m. Central Time. So if you're not going to stay with us all weekend and just want to see Wings and Things, 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time, although we would love to have you with us all day long. Lots of good racing in all of our classes coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, do a call to grid, and then we'll be back for our qualifying next. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. That is next. You guys should be on the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We are back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, GT1, 2, GTX, A Sedan Touring 1 and 2 up next. And let's take a look at this track layout here for our races this weekend. This, of course, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. As we come here in beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma. It is a 1.8 mile, 2.89 kilometer circuit, 10 turns, natural terrain with actual elevation change, brand new asphalt. First race back in 1976. I love this, Tom, because they've got some great names here of different parts of the racetrack. Apparently, turn 6 is everybody's favorite. And, well, you want to go show us that, and then we'll come back to the track, Matt? Oh, cold tires, cold tires. Attention to the paddock. Everyone has cold tires. We got a car spun there. Tom, I do a lot of sim racing with a team. We do a lot of the endurance races, and every time we go on the racetrack after switching drivers, all of my teammates yell at me, cold tires, cold tires,
Yeah.
cold tires, because I've done that 1,000 times on iRacing. So,
well, I think we know where those tire tracks came from, or how they happened. Those tire tracks that hit the right side of the wall, but lucky he went left. That was John Atwell, I think, out of TA2.
Yeah.
And again, 24 cars in this group. 19 of them are V8s. We got big motors in this group. If it's not a V8, it's either a V10 Viper or it is a Cayman or BMW. So this is our big ground pounder group. Look at that red Viper with the white stripes. Sounds awesome going around this track. And then the majority of this group is going to be those 911s, Porsches, sorry, not Porsches, Corvettes, the Trans Am cars, etc. We got a couple stock cars out there. You see that nice lime green kind of half Dale Earnhardt, half Days of Thunder throwback on that thing.
Days of Thunder throwback, yeah. The City Chevy, Chevy Days of Thunder livery. Don't ask me how I know that.
Can I admit something to you, Brian?
You absolutely can. I hope you're going to admit what I'm going to admit, but go ahead.
I haven't seen that movie.
Really?
Yeah.
It is worth seeing for its comedic value.
Okay. Kind of like the Gran Turismo movie.
Yes. Which I haven't seen, I'm going to guess, but yes.
I got to say real quick on the track, look how big these cars look relative to what we've been watching so far today. They're taking up so much more space on the track. Looking at turn 1, everybody taking their time nice and easy, and then that heavy braking zone down into turn 2. Now, I noticed yesterday, taking a little look at the track, they seem to have used a different pavement down the straights than the corners, which typically, not a big deal, whatever. It's probably a little cheaper to do it that way. But the braking zone into turn 2 that we were just taking a look at, these cars are braking early enough, they're probably coming off of that patched pavement down the straights onto the new nice cornering pavement. That's the turn we're looking at right now, and that could be a challenge for some of these drivers that some of the other classes are braking later. They don't have to worry about it.
Days of Thunder, by the way, has one of the best lines of all motorsports movie history. When Robert Duvall, Tom Cruise is driving behind the pace car on a full course yellow, and Robert Duvall tells him to hit the pace car.
Sure.
And Tom Cruise says, hit the pace car? And he goes, yeah, you've hit everything else on the racetrack today. You might as well be perfect. And of course, he says it much more colorfully than I just did.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. It's an entertaining movie. We'll just put it at that.
Things are busy down at turn 9. That was one of the BMWs. Really, really deep on the brakes behind one of those TA2 Mustangs. And this is a group that I think is going to be, at this track, one of the most unique challenges that we see this weekend, with the variety of cars, the variety of grip, power, braking. Some cars with anti-lock brakes, others without. Typically, you'll see the GT cars not having anti-lock brakes maybe 80% of the time, where the T1, T2 cars will all have anti-lock brakes, which all of that to say is going to make the way these cars make speed among the biggest of any classes or groupings we see.
The one car not here this weekend that has played a big role in these races this year is the Lamborghini Huracan that we normally see out here. That car's not here this weekend, but we do have kind of the other exotic car. We have an Aston Martin Vantage out here, a GT4, FIA GT4 spec Vantage. And we'll see if that car can run up front. Right now, it's a little slower, but he's probably just trying to get used to this racetrack. But that Huracan has been kind of the nemesis of the traditional GT1 cars out there, and it is not here this weekend.
Taking a look on board through turn 6 down towards turn 7. This will be a great shot at how blind this section is. Try to take a look for that blue tent as they come up over. That's where they're going to aim mostly. Here it is, here it is, here it is, there. Just behind the Mustang. You see that blue off to your left is what I would be using anyway. But the bigger thing that stands out to me is just how little space there is available now as Charlie Peter tries to put the power down in this T2 BMW, but he doesn't have enough horsepower to get past this GT2 Mustang.
Look at how clean this cockpit is, by the way. Everything is where it needs to be. You've got your little Flagtronics up in the top left, buttons on your steering wheel. This is a really well put together race car.
One of these production race cars that you buy from BMW. You don't modify it once you buy it, typically. It comes the way it runs, and you just start racing it. And these cars have become, exactly, and turnkey that you don't even have to think about it. This is that braking zone I talked about, the GT2 car going up the inside of another one. And Charlie Peter is just stuck. And I don't know if he can slow down because he probably has more cars behind him.
Yeah, you could see in his rearview mirror, actually, there are 2 cars behind him. Got the car he just passed and a yellow car. I think that might be, I don't know who that is. 13.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Right now, just to the top of the leaderboard with a purple lap, Mark Kirby in that Dodge Viper, the 1 minute 18.496. Right behind him, Mike McGinley, followed by Rene Molina. Jorge Nazario just pops up into 4th place. Michael Quattlebaum pops up to 3rd place. So lots of changes on the leaderboard here as these tires start to come in and these guys start getting a real good feel for the asphalt here, this new asphalt. Everybody's starting to put down some really good laps, Tom.
Really cool to see that Viper up on the top of GT2. We have 13 GT2 cars here this weekend.
Awesome.
A big spin and a side pipe fire. That'll go out when it clears. One of the GT2 cars.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it won't.
Gotta love a good side pipe fire as long as it doesn't burn the car down. Oh, and now we have a car, a corner worker responding with a fire bottle. Thank you, Mr. Corner Worker, with a fire bottle.
Sure. That was a bit bigger than a side pipe fire. Maybe the grass or something else.
Could be, yeah. But it looks like it's wet there this weekend, so shouldn't have too many problems with the grass. Remember at the Japanese Grand Prix, they had to stop a couple sessions because of grass fires there.
Sure. Just look how busy this section of track is with 4 different classes of cars. We've got Touring 1, Touring 2. 1 would be a little bit more horsepower, a little faster, and then GT2 cars all over the place, trying to just get out of each other's way. There's another incident there, just trying to get out of the way for the number 3 as we go black flag all to try to get this session back under control with a couple little incidents here and there. We're hearing another off in turn 1, which we haven't seen yet, so this has gotten a little messy. They're going to black flag all and get it back under control.
All right, so let's do this then. Let's take this opportunity to take our break so we can stay green, stay with the action while we're green flags. So let's do that. We'll hit our tones, take a break, and we come back. Hopefully we'll be back to qualifying action. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for your qualifying session. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
We're back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Perfect timing to take our break because they brought the car in, and just after they put the black flag out, the car drove away, Tom.
Yeah, so it was that side pipe fire. We thought it was getting a little bit worse, maybe grass catching fire or something else, and then he finally got it refired and pulled away. So they did take a moment to regroup the session, get it back under control, and I think the guy that's most happy about it is their hammer car, Charlie Peter. Luckily, we were watching right before, stuck in traffic, became the first car in pit lane and tacked her up and dumped her out of the pit lane as soon as they let him go. Look at all that clean track. One of our contenders in Touring 2 has a little wiggle on the exit, and this is the big uphill straightaway. This is that blind braking zone. We've got the brake markers 1, 2. They're probably braking right about there. And then we'll see him try to square this corner up and really get the power down on this BMW. Nice and tight to the late apex, and then headed up the hill to turn 4.
Let's do a full lap with Charlie Peter here so we can give Tom an opportunity to use that professional driving experience to show us the way around here.
Well, he turned in pretty early for turn 4, cutting the distance. That looked really, really nice. And then this section, it becomes really easy not to drop a tire right there. You see a little wiggle again on the wheel. This is another section of the track where it's easy to overdrive. You don't want to overdo it too badly. He's keeping it nice and tidy right out to the edge of the track. This is the blind turn 7 and 8. Just kind of have to aim for nothing. Right about there, muscle memory kicks in, big wiggle over the top, and then a heavy braking zone on the anti-lock brakes down to the apex of turn 9. He's going to get the car up the hill. You see it just dancing ever so slightly. This looks excellent on camera. And then you really want to cut the distance out of turn 10 and see if he aims it in early. Opens it up just a bit. Now he's going to go for that later apex up onto the front straightaway. That's just how quickly the lap goes.
That's
and once
awesome.
again, blind on the front straight towards turn 1 until you can really see him right there.
That is the benefit, folks, of having a professional driving coach as your co-announcer for the weekend. Nothing against Greg or I, but we can't give that kind of insight here. So thank you, Tomo, for having that for us here. Good stuff. John Atwell now at the top of the leaderboard here at his Ford Mustang out of Aisley, Texas, I'm going to guess. He's got a GT2 car, so that's pretty awesome. You know, it's funny, Tom, we've only got 22 cars on the racetrack, but on this 1.8-mile racetrack, it looks like there's like 100 cars out there.
Yeah, with the scale of the cars, the way they make speed, too, these tracks can become really small with fast cars like this.
Yeah.
In the other categories, we haven't mentioned American Sedan very much, but Andy Schneidermeyer is at the top of that by about 3 seconds over Tim White. It's a pair of Camaro and Mustang there. In T1, Stephen Burns has his Porsche Cayman Club Sport on the top of the class by 0.6 over the Z06 of Michael Pettiford. That's a C6Z. And then those 2 T2 cars, Charlie Peter was able to go to a 121.3 on that clear lap we saw over Scott Sewell in another Cayman. Look at one of the GT1 contenders alone this weekend in the category, but David Furstand in that tube-frame red C5 Corvette is out there as well. There's a look at one of the Camaros from American Sedan, and just the traffic once again. is really kind of inhibiting some of these faster cars when they come across the slower cars, or vice versa, as we saw with Charlie Peter. Ooh, big lap from John Atwell. He goes to the pole by quite a bit last time through, as you mentioned, but he's also on a personal best sector and session best sector 1 to kick it back off. He's got clear track. This could be a big lap for the for the 02.
Coming up on less than 5 minutes to go. Not even coming up. We have less than 5 minutes to go. So if you need to get it done, now is the time to do it. Probably 2 good laps left in this session for these cars.
Ooh. Sketchy looking. I'm sure it was nice and coordinated, but coming in blind there in our camera, that Porsche 911 Cup car of John Brown looked like it was a big dive bomb almost. I'm sure it wasn't. So the top of GT2, John Atwell, has a big gap, 2.3 seconds, but then the next couple of cars, Mark Kirby, Michael Quattlebaum, Mike McGinley, Jorge Nazario, and Renee Molina are all within the same second and a half or so, therefore second through 5th and 6th. That's going to be a great battle for the podium in GT2.
Yeah, what a great field of GT2 cars this weekend. And GT2 has been the resurgent GT class over the last couple of years, and it is kind of like the showcase now. Not a lot of GT1 cars coming out these days, and we've talked about that a bit. But the GT2 is really become the go-to class in our GT fields.
It's cool to see all the categories that have been combined to make that happen. We had, the original tube frame style of a GT2 car, which we don't see all that often anymore. That's what it started as. Then we bring in the Trans Am cars, these TA2 chassis cars. They're also tube frame. They're also on slicks with no ABS, but they're designed for that Trans Am series. And then you bring in the production chassis cars, like some of the Corvettes in the class, and also the 911 Cup cars. You have this kind of three-way sandwich that created this awesome class, and we're seeing that also start to take effect in the combined with GT3 into STU and GT Light into F production. We can only hope that those categories also see this kind of attention.
Absolutely.
They've already been big though.
2.5 to go here, coming up on 2.5 to go. Atwell, Kirby, Quattlebaum, McGinley, Nazario, Molina. That is your top 5 right now. Top 6, I should say. See a lot of purple on the board right now. A couple green flags, so still some personal bests out there for people. Paul Ruth looks like he's putting down a personal best here. He's a 10th place car on a Chevy Corvette. That's a GT2 car.
Steven Burns at the top of T1 also went quicker last time by in his Cayman. T1 this weekend is 2 Caymans versus a Z06. Go ahead with what you had.
I forgot what I was going to say. What happens when you get old?
You said in GT1.
Oh, yes. GT1, where was it? David Firstad in his Corvette put down his best lap here, a 1:22.5.
I have to imagine a GT1 car at this track is like driving a GT1 car in Kroger. It's just got to be, maybe not the right car combo, but it's got to be a blast also. I've seen some in-car videos of Trans Am cars at this track before, and it's just incredible how little space there is once you go that quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it really gives you the opportunity in a GT1 car to test your driving skills, because, you can mask driving skills in a GT1 car at a place like Road America where you're flat on the pedal for so much of the lap. You cannot mask your driving skill in a GT1 car here. If you're fast, it's because you know how to drive a race car.
Sure. It makes me wonder if we can go bug some of these guys and find out what percentage of the lap they're full throttle. So I imagine it's well under 50, where most tracks you're closer to 70 and 80.
Right.
It's a good look at the Dodge Challenger of Renee Molina, the only Dodge Challenger in TA2. Not the only Dodge, sorry, GT2, as Mark Kirby in the Viper is also here. But I think a Trans Am Challenger really takes the Trans Am prep. That body takes the prep really well there, looking into turn 2.
Sure. Now, you see that Corvette with the flashing lights. Those really aren't flashing lights. The LEDs with the shutter on our cameras the shutter makes it look like they're flashing. So I don't want anybody to think that he's trying to get the drivers to let him through. Although he would love for them to let him through. That's not what's happening. You can see it here in this car as well, has those flashing lights, and they're not flashing them. That's just the way their cameras pick them up.
And I believe that is Mike McGinley's Corvette that we're taking a look at. It's either that or Quattlebaum. We'll try to get the number one and get to a closer shot.
Brad Childs in the chat. Zivern Motorsports is here. Hey there. Great to have you here. Robert Hansen in the chat with us as well. Thank you all for being here. Now you can see some cars. Well, checkered flag is out. That's also why they're coming in. I didn't realize that we were already at the end of this session. Checkered flag is in the air. Let's take a look at our rundown at the moment. Your top three in GT2, John Atwell, Michael Quattlebaum, and Mark Kirby. Then 4th through 6th, you've got 2 more GT2 cars, Jose Nazario, Renee Molina, and David Fairstead, your top car in GT1. Then you've got a couple more GT2 cars, 7th through 9, Mike McGinley, John Brown, and Kevin Rich. Then your fastest car in T1 will start 10th overall. That's Stephen Burns Jr., followed by Paul Ruth. Charlie Peter is your fast car in GT2. Your GTX fast car, I believe it's our only GTX car. That's going to be Michael Young. And then your fast car in A sedan is Andy Schneidermeyer. Tim White will be the second car in A sedan. So that's going to do it for us right now for this particular qualifying session. Up next, Spec Racer 4 and 3. Let's get the tones. We'll take a break. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid, Group 6 cars to the grid. Spec Racer 4 and 3, head to the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be right back.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Group 6, Spec Racer Ford next. Jordan, can you show us that ugly picture you showed us a little earlier? That, folks, is what's coming. So these guys are going to try to put down a good lap here early in this session, and it might hold off before the end of this race, but it looks like we're going to have some adventuresome stuff here, Tom.
Yeah, and once it starts, it's not going away. So this will be a very interesting rest of the day, as we speculated first thing. Some drivers getting dry qualifying so far, but in fact, I heard on the flag net when we were on a 5-minute call from the grid, the drivers were begging to go faster. Yeah, so the rain is already here on our windows in the timing booth. The drivers, again, asking, can we go, can we go, can we go? But I think the very first lap or two may be the only opportunity for them before the thing is completely wet. There you see the tires already getting wet, the tire walls.
Yeah, it is going to be an adventure here, and we'll see if any of these drivers decide to duck in here if they were prepared for this. My hope is that they were all looking at the radar, and some, I bet, made the decision to go out on wet tires. Some may have decided not to.
I wouldn't. This is qualifying. Even a slow lap on cold slicks is going to be faster than a lap on rain tires. So the big task is for the drivers who know their cars and their abilities and the track well enough to just get up and go. You don't get the time to organize. You don't get the time to warm up the tires. You don't get any of that. And we're in a position where, if you notice on the radar, it's touching the west side of the track first, which is turns 2 through 6. It could be even changing relative corner to corner as we get going here. First green lap for Spec Racer Ford. Oh, look at this. This is a nightmare for anybody in this train. They do not want to be waiting this long. Or maybe they do. Maybe they're trying to get a little bit more. Right. This is a really interesting dynamic here. First car's already starting their flying laps. Half the field still working their way through this wetter section of the track down into turn 2. This is the first flying lap for these cars. Oh, they look very tentative.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no other way other than just kind of tiptoe your way around the racetrack and see where there may be grip. And that's the other thing, is with this new pavement, Tom, you know, if you've driven this track 100 times, you know where the best place to drive it in the wet is, but now they're just going to have to learn all of that over again.
And this track had a really intense rain line. It's actually a track that can be run forward and backward, and it has other events, including drifting, which leaves a lot of surface rubber down. So this track used to be, I would put it up there in the top 5 for challenging in the rain. Now with this new pavement, though, typically new pavement is pretty good at being porous for the rain to get into and not having a lot of rubber and surface polish down. So you can probably just drive the dry line, at least for the first months, maybe year or two of a racetrack like this.
Right. The one universal, though, and HP Beetle 15 in the chat's 100% correct, is no matter what the new track surface is, stay off the paint when it's wet. So that is absolutely good advice as well.
All right, well, the first set of times is in. Tyler Fox goes to the top with a 1:32.1. That's 2.3 seconds faster than well, actually, they're just finishing first flag laps. Give me a second here, and I'll regroup after a couple more cars come through. Oh boy, and now I'm hearing over flagnet, we've actually had lightning spotted near the track, which unfortunately for the safety of the volunteers and staff mean we have to stop the session. It's going to be a black flag all, and we'll get back to that first flying lap list here in a second. But with the lightning in the area, we're going to go on a pause to keep everybody safe, and that's going to interrupt this Spec Racer session very, very much so.
Yeah, absolutely, and everyone has got a lap in right now, and if they don't go back to racing, which they probably won't for this session, the times that they've got now are the times that they're going to get. Right now, Richard Stevens' dad would be on the front row. Tyler Stevens' son would be next to him. And that is how they would start this session if because we're not going to end up going back, I'm going to guess, with lightning. I think there's a time period that they have to wait after the last lightning that they see and all of that. I don't know exactly what the formula is. It's not only the workers, by the way, it's everybody on pit lane. There's not a lot of garages here where people would be renting to stay. So you want to keep everybody safe, and that's really important. So let's do this. Tom, let's take our break here. I'm not going to do a call to grid just yet because I don't know what the situation is. We're going to find out from race control what the plan is. We'll come back for a little bit after our break just to give everybody an update of what we're thinking. And then we will probably take another break until we go back to racing action. So let's take our first break here right now, and we'll come right back after we figure out what's going on.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
All right, we're back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit under a black flag all condition. We've had a couple pretty severe lightning strikes in the area, Tom, and in the word of safety, that's how we stopped the racing during that time, because all of our volunteers are out in the wide open, and it's really the safest thing for us to do at this point.
It is, and I can tell you from being trackside, the weather here is actually pretty mild. We don't expect any heavy storms, but as you mentioned, lightning within, I don't know this track particularly, but it's going to be somewhere between a 5 to 10 mile radius if there's a strike. Just out of safety, we pause and we see the cars that were being held hopefully to resume now being directed back to the paddock. So it looks like the Spec Racer 3 qualifying session is going to be completely up in the air. We have one lap for basically every driver. The locals, as we speculated, that got out quick on dry tires, they put in a lap. The Stevens 4 seconds faster than everybody else on that one flying lap. And that looked like it's going to be it for that field. But again, we're not expecting heavy weather. It doesn't have that storm or tornado we feel. It's just we got to wait for the lightning to go through.
Yeah. All right, so let's do this, folks. We're going to take a break so that you don't have to listen to us blather on. When we know more information, we'll put it both in the chat. Wait a second. I'm seeing Race Control sending us messages. Just give me a second. Let's hang here for a moment. We have.
Well, we do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we do real quick. We mentioned Track Night in America earlier. If you missed it, Track Night in America is SCCA's driving your street car on a road course on a weeknight program for the most part. And there's an event here at Hallett on May 15th. That's a Thursday evening from 4 to 8. But we also do it at, I think it's over 20 tracks nationwide from coast to coast. So if you're looking to get involved, drive a car, you have any street car essentially that is wider than it is tall will most likely be allowed for the most part, and you can look that up at tracknightamerica.com. The events are usually under $300, closer to $200 or $150 even in some cases. Totally worthwhile. It's a ton of fun.
Can I get the tones, please?
Sure.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Here is the situation at the racetrack. We're going to send Spec Racer Ford back to the paddock, and we are going to give them a 5-minute notice when we're planning to restart the session. And when we do that, there'll be 10 minutes to go in the session. So that's the situation right now. That is the situation right now. So Spec Racer Ford's going back to the paddock. We will give you a 5-minute warning. Listen to the intercoms for that. And as soon as we know when that 5-minute warning is, we will say it on the trackside PA system.
And as we say that, the weather or the rain is now starting to come down more substantially. We don't have any sort of crazier storming, but I can see from my window now there's definitely rain enough to wet the surface, which makes the question now, do you go back, put your rain tires on, and come up to learn something for the race? Because not many people are going to go faster if it starts to get wet.
Right. And I have to wonder, I'm guessing, let me do some checking on whether or not they can change tires during this black flag situation as well. I think they'll probably let them do that. Oftentimes when there is a session, they'll black flag the session and actually allow for rain tires to be changed. I'm guessing that'll be fine here. But yeah, we'll do that and check that. You can see the rain on the cameras here. We'll come back and give you an update as soon as we have it. So we're going to take another break, and we'll be back in a little bit. Keep an eye on the chat. Keep an eye on the screen. We'll give you updates as we get them.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. We've just been told from race control that we are going to take our lunch break now and get that in and out of the way, and then we will come back hopefully in an hour, and the lightning will be out of the area, and we can go back to racing. Tom, this is good in a certain respect, where the drivers now can have get their mind set. Like, I've got now an hour. It's not like I have to wait to jump in a car in 10 seconds. So I think from a driver standpoint, a team standpoint, this allows us to get in the right headspace to go back to racing, right?
No doubt. Yeah, we can all get off the edge of our chairs waiting for the call that we're going back out. This will be a 1-hour lunch. We're hoping that in that time, the front that's come through with the lightning in it will be clear. We do anticipate this rain being around for the rest of the day, so you're going to want to tune back in at noon Central Time to watch everybody learn how this new track works in the wet.
Right. And actually, this is pretty much where the lunch break would have been if we had still been racing. So we're kind of on the same schedule. We've got a couple of qualifying sessions we're going to have to squeeze in after this before we can go racing this afternoon. So stick with us, folks. We're going to be back in an hour. We'll give you an update whether we can go racing or not. We'll come back in an hour and do that. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back in about an hour.
Attention in the paddock, and for those of you on the stream as well, we're checking back in to let everybody know that we are still under a lightning delay here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in currently, Brian, not so beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. I've actually been here all weekend, listening to Brian and Tomo do a great job, but it's looking pretty gloomy, Brian. We don't have any updates other than the lightning is continuing to strike here, most recently within a mile of the circuit.
Yeah, it is still, unfortunately, too dangerous to go racing. Not from a water standpoint, although we do have one pretty significant puddle on the racetrack right now. The bigger issue, though, there is the puddle you can see right there, smack dab in the middle of your screen. I'm guessing they have a way to get that cleared out pretty quick. But anyway, the birds don't seem to be upset about the rain.
No.
But yeah, we've got way too much lightning too close to the racetrack. So I'm sure race controllers putting their spreadsheets together and we working the schedule every 15 minutes to try to get all of this in today. But at the moment, we are going to be on a hold for a while longer, Greg, and that's unfortunate. But we got to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, indeed. And so originally the plan, Brian, was to send our Spec Racer Fords who were on track when this lightning delay first started, going to send them out if they wanted to go out for the last 10 minutes of their qualifying session. I think it would be a great opportunity for the drivers to learn what this circuit is under damp conditions, as you and Tom have been talking throughout the day. You know, the track was just recently resurfaced, and I'm sure a very different animal in the wet than it had been in previous years. But you know, at this point, we still have the remainder of that Spec Racer Ford group, as well as our final race group number 6, which is SMX Spec MX5, yet to go out for their qualifying sessions as well. And you know, from what we've seen, I mean, this is the type of weather. I don't know about lightning, but this is the type of weather that we're supposed to have through the remainder of the day here, right. And it's supposed to be somewhat gloomy tomorrow as well.
Right. And I don't think it's weather that we can't race in if we didn't have lightning.
Right.
You know,
I was going to say, I don't think it's gloomy. I think it sounds like a ton of fun.
Yeah.
This is my favorite, but it is a way harder to race in this. I still think they should put sprinklers around every single racetrack so we can race in the wet and the dry.
Thank you, Bernie.
I would love that.
That sounds cheap, doesn't it?
You know, I hang out. People don't see me doing it, but when I call events at Summit Point Raceway, back behind turn 1 is their skid pad, which does have a sprinkler system set up.
Yeah.
And I might have been known to take a couple laps around there under the guise of setting my cameras up over by turn 1. Hopefully nobody from the DC region's hearing that. But anyway, I mean, this is again, this is a challenge. That being said, if any of you have stuck around watching grass grow, essentially, one of our pace car drivers, Kent Prather, who's a former national champion in the Sports Car Club of America, had been taking laps in his very high-powered Lexus.
Pace car, yeah.
In the pace car, exactly. You know, ostensibly checking track conditions for all of us. And he was checking track conditions for about a half hour straight.
I will say he was on it. We could hear the car down the straights and everything. But most of these cars and drivers are going to have a rain tire option. There are other series that stick more to 200 tread wear or plus competition tires, which makes rain tires difficult. But these classes all have a option for a full proper race tire or a pretty decent proper race tire. Indeed. So if you see the sheeting on the track or the puddling becomes a problem somewhat. But with this new pavement and with this level of water on the surface, I still think that in my experience, these cars will all be very comfortable-ish in these kind of conditions once you start to find your way around.
Right. Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's that delicate balance between, you know, what's safe, what's not safe, and you know, we race in these types of conditions all the time, but it's you know, some drivers are great at it, some drivers not so much, and that's what's fun to watch. It is the great equalizer, so they say.
I'll always take the opportunity to shout out. It was Touring 3's runoffs at VIR, I believe 2021, racing in the hurricane that was hitting the southeast, and no full course yellows, almost no offs.
I think we had the two Ott brothers in
Uh-huh.
the Z4s,
and Marshall Massey and the Mustang. That race it's archived on YouTube. If you search SCCA Touring 3, you'll see in the thumbnail the one that's wet, and it was just some of the most spectacular club
and it
racing
wasn't
and
just
car
wet,
control.
but like you said, it was like hurricane conditions. I think there were like 40 or 50 mile per hour wind gusts over the course of the race. It was nuts. The rain was going sideways during that session,
and they killed it. They did awesome.
All right, so I think it's probably best to go back and go into break mode here, and as soon as we have updates as to when we're going to get to go back racing, we'll certainly share those with you. But it doesn't appear that it's going to happen anytime soon, but we're hopeful, and then we'll also try to do some investigating. Is if this ends up being a washout for the whole day, what can we do to compress the schedule and what the plan would be for tomorrow? So I don't know if they started thinking about that, but we are, at least I am, and we'll see what happens. Any final thoughts before we jump back into break?
Nope, nailed it.
All right, we'll be back as soon as we can, and as soon as I have some info for you, we'll put it both in the chat, and we may come back on the stream and talk about it as well. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that. But then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. A lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
We're back. Attention the paddock. Attention the paddock. We have got some updates for you from Race Control. And of course, all of the folks here on our stream. The attempt is going to be to get back to qualifying action at 2:30 Central Time. That's about 35, 37 minutes from now. I don't do math, as we all know. But that's the hope. We're going to try to get back to cars on the track at 2:30 local time, 2:30 p.m. Central Time. So that's an hour. That's 35 minutes from now. And we're going to do that with the proviso that we don't have any more lightning or rain in the next 35 minutes, or any more lightning especially. I'm sure we can still have rain. And then the hope is to get the reminding of the qualifying done, and then have groups 1, 2, and 3 racing today, and then we'll have more. The first races for the rest of the groups will happen tomorrow morning, first thing. All of that's being worked out, so that's all subject to change, and we'll have official word when we have official word. Tom, how hard is it to sit in and set out a rain delay like this? Because we don't normally have rain delays.
It's the hardest part about it is there's not a whole lot of mental game to it in my experience, but it is tough to sit in the racetrack. Obviously, you came all this way and you don't really know what's going on, and that's because none of us really know what's going on. So this is our most recent unofficial plan is to try to keep going at 2:30, like you said. That is with everything that we can hope. I would say from the stream and from our timing tower, it looks like the rain and the sky have lightened up just a little bit. As I say that, though, the rain looks. Maybe it's not. So we'll see. Yeah, it's just tough to sit there and not really know what's going on. But that's kind of what all of us are doing.
Yeah, and part of the problem is at this point, at least in my view, we have some standing water out there that is going to, I think, probably need to be dealt with a little bit before we can actually put cars on the racetrack. And especially Spec Racer Ford, they will become a boat if they have to go through this puddle here. And maybe the puddle's not as deep as it looks, because of course, obviously, we're 100 yards away, and we don't have the benefit of regular eyes on it. But and then we have another little river going across here in the little at the top of the screen there, right by that big puddle on the left there. So the good news is I'm sure the people at Hallett know how to get their track as raceable as quick as possible. And I imagine that they'll start going out here pretty quickly to try to start dealing with some of those problems. And if all goes well, we're going to go back racing here at 2:30. So we're going to go back on our little hiatus here. And we'll, if all goes well, check back in around 2:25 Central Time, and we should have some news. Hopefully the news is that we're going to go racing here. Anything else before I hang us up, guys?
No.
That's
fingers crossed.
I hear no objections from the gallery, so let's take another break, and we'll be back here in about a half hour. Everybody stay with us.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Oops! Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying. That, of course, is Spec MX-5 to the grid for qualifying. All right, Tomo, it's been a bit. We've been in a delay now since about 8:30 my time. What was that? 9:30, 10:30. It's about 2 hours of lightning delays. But we're back now. This was the cars that were on the track when the lightning delay happened. And because about half the field didn't get a full hot lap in, we're going to do a 10-minute qualifier for these guys and gals, if there's any gals. And then one more qualifying session, and then 3 races today, Tom.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So we've confirmed with race control that all times will stand in qualifying for Spec Racer, regardless of if they go back out or not, if they change tires or not. So what we're looking at are the 10 minutes worth of qualifying session that has been awarded or rewarded or gifted to these drivers for having been rained out to start with. But about half the field did get a somewhat reasonable look at the track in the somewhat dry. So there's a whole bunch of cars. I still have the timing up. Richard Stevens is on provisional pole with a reasonably dry lap at a 1:24.6. That is father and son team. Tyler Stevens, the son, is on the outside of the front row. Whether they go out or not, they're going to be on the front row. No one's going faster in this. But there are a handful of cars at the back of the field in this 36-car field that didn't get representative laps at all. They think they can actually go faster in the wet, and this is an opportunity for them to see the track in the wet before the race that's going to be happening now, probably late tomorrow morning or mid tomorrow morning for this group.
Yep, so there's a couple of cars. Look at them getting really racy already. Trying to get through side by side through turn number 1. That's a very interesting thought process this early on. But they're trying to get in. It's the last 10 cars or so had their best times were over 2 minutes. So we're basically setting the last 8 rows in the field here. I don't think any of them are going to go faster than a 1:36. And that's the 26th fastest time from the early session. So we'll see what these times come through as. But Thomas Davis just crossed the line. That's an outlap, so we won't count that. But they're going to get a shot to do it here, and we'll see how much lower they can go. Certainly lower than the 2-minute time they think that they had, but I don't think they're going to come anywhere close to the pole time.
No,
go
ahead.
I was just say we are having, because of the rain, some of our cameras are having some difficulties here, so we kind of less than we had before, and it's just kind of the nature of the beast when you in any broadcast, even if it's a regular camera broadcast. But we got to keep our cameras going as best we can. Greg's out there trying to get them working again, so we can get some more cameras up for the next couple of races here.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. What I'm looking for right now is whether anybody's hunting for grip, and honestly, I don't see anybody really deviating from that dry line that you would expect in the dry. And with the new pavement, that's probably what we would expect. This track was pretty wild in the wet before the repave, and now it looks to be much easier. There's one of the big rivers across the track, right at the braking zone and entry to turn 1. You see the big spray running down towards that grate on driver's left. The only other stream that we know of sometimes could be towards the middle of the back straight, towards the left side of the track. So otherwise, this track is looking pretty solid, and you're able to drive mostly where you would assume to be all the time.
All right, so Peyton Long, who's one of the fast guys typically, just dropped a 1:38.0. And that is obviously 15 seconds almost, or so, 13, 14 seconds off the pole. But it is the fastest of this group of drivers trying to get themselves a little bit faster for the next, a little bit better spot for tomorrow's races. So we'll see what happens here with 5.5 to go. Probably going to get 2 more good laps in here.
And Peyton Long he actually won at least one of the races at NOLA earlier in the Super Tour. There's a wiggle from the number 9, but Long was one of the drivers towards the back that didn't get a representative lap time. Did attempt to start qualifying and had turned that 1 minute 50 or some change. So he did actually pick up the starting position really, really nicely from outside the top 30 into the 27th position. That's still a little bit of a nightmare looking into the green flag for tomorrow, though.
Right. And we do have a couple of drivers who were out earlier going out, I'm guessing, like you said, trying to learn how this racetrack races in the rain. Smart move for them.
You never know. Tomorrow there is rain in the forecast. I don't know if it's going to be quite as intense today or not, but that is a possibility tomorrow. So.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of a lull in the weather here. We're expecting maybe another small cell to come through with some more precipitation, but for the most part, the rain has mostly dropped off, and it's just a light sprinkle at this point from what I can tell.
Right.
And I don't know that the track's going to get too much wetter, but you're totally right. We could see the track not really dry out until after we all leave tomorrow.
Right, exactly. So, looks like the fastest guy I've seen so far here is a 1:34.3. Ooh. That guy's pointing in the wrong direction. And is he? Now, the problem you have here is, well, he's behind the wall, but on the wrong side of behind the wall, because that's still upstream of the racing action. And when you get off on the grass there, Tom, that's uphill, it looks like, to get back to the racetrack. That's going to be really hard to get that car pointed in a direction that he can get back on the surface with that wet grass.
It is, but I saw the car move just a little bit. I thought that was the number 6 that we saw have, or sorry, the number 9.
He's trying. Now, actually, if you can get the car to turn, going backwards to get off the racetrack might be better. Oh, here we go. Come on. Yeah, see, he's trying, and those rear wheels are just spinning right now.
This track doesn't have a huge amount of elevation, but you can see just how much undulating it does. It's about 80 feet of total elevation, but there's not much flat. And I think if he can maybe, I actually don't know if anybody could tell me if these cars have a reverse in the gearbox. If you would have the option to roll it back and maybe rejoin after the corner. But you don't have necessarily the best visibility when you're trying to back a Spec Racer Ford up.
I believe all SCCA cars have to have reverse.
Okay. I only know I got a Formula Ford stuck in a paddock once, and I didn't have reverse, and I had to go get rescued. That's all I know. It was
Maybe you shouldn't have said that.
Well, he's done a really good job to get the car rotated towards the exit, and now it's a much more level. Hey, Tyler Fox, the number 9 car, that deserves a like a save of the session. We didn't have to go anything more than standing yellow, and he gets the car back on the track.
Very nicely done.
Nicely done. That driver qualified in 14th in the dry, and is actually running 136s in the wet before spinning off. The fastest we've seen in the wet, I think, is right about a 135 and some change from where'd he go? Peyton Long, right there, 34.3 actually now in the wet. He's within a couple of seconds of the top 15.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, the 132s are all from earlier. A 134.3. Peyton Long just goes to a 133.5.
And that is right at 28th place.
Yep.
Pole time still, again, Richard Stevens and Tyler Stevens on the front row, basically with the same time, 124.6. So that's, I mean, we're looking at over 10 seconds or about 10 seconds off pace with this weather. And
now, there are some cars from the earlier session who only ran a 133 in that earlier session. So Peyton Long is getting to the point where he might start to leapfrog some of these slower cars from that first session.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, already has. Paul Miranda and Robert Kirkland only ran 2 laps earlier, and there's cars that have gone in front of them. So if he could find a little more grip, there's a bunch of cars right in front of Peyton Long, 133, 133, 132, 132. If he could find just a little bit more grip, he could even get himself into the top 15 here.
See if he can do it. You're going to hit a point where you may be dictated by hydroplaning and risk versus reward. Hearing that we had a spin and continue for Craig Jansen in the 181 car. So these drivers are certainly pushing the limits and exploring this new surface.
Tom Burke just dropped a 133.2. EJ Abed just dropped a 132.3. So he's gone up a bunch. He's now at 16th place.
And just behind, Peyton Long jumps up to 17th on a 132.
Very good move for these drivers to go out in this session, no question.
Yeah, I don't think, honestly, I don't believe there's many opportunities to drive in the rain that you should pass up. You know,
sure.
In the grand scheme of learning to do the skill. that it takes. But it is obviously a risky situation, and sometimes it's just completely not applicable. I would still be out there absolutely getting myself soaked and trying to figure out how does Hallett work. It looks like things have pretty much spread out. We're taking a look at the exit of turn 1. Which is a little bit downhill after that stream on entry, and you'll see on the exit there on the right, that's where the car naturally wants to track out. But that corner does tighten up just a teeny little bit at the exit, starts to go uphill, and it pushes you out, and then kind of loosens the car up. So it makes the car really, really dynamic through that corner, and dropping a tire into that dirt, especially now that it's rained all day, is going to be a big risk for races later.
Right, right.
And it looks like the wind has really picked up in the last 10 to 15 minutes as well. Both out my window and on the cameras here, you can see pretty good gusts.
Yeah, the good news for that is that actually helps dry the racetrack off if you get enough of it. But it still looks really, 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 really damp out there. Yeah, it looks like the big winner here from this group here is going to be, yeah, Peyton Long looks like he has gotten up to 17th. It looks like he is the one car who's gone back out with, he's got 8 laps, and his last lap was a 1:32.8, which is his fastest lap of the session. Oh, Rob? Yep. No, that Rob Peelsticker, his lap came from the early session also, because he's only got 2 laps in. So
you mentioned our. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said that's turns out to have been a really smart decision for these drivers. So, all right. So as it stands, our poll, our top 4, all of the times that are probably top 15 are going to be from the early session. Your front row is going to be Richard and Tyler Stevens, father and son. Then you're going to have Joseph Malley, Ted Smith, Brad Gordana will be 3, 4, and 5. And then we're going to have Ben Pigeon, Jimmy Cope Jr., Josh Justice, Ashley Oates, and Nils Maceus. That's going to be our top 5 rows here for our race tomorrow for this group. So let's hit the tones. We'll do one more call to grid, take a short break, and come back for our final qualifying session of the day. Attention the paddock, Group 7 cars to the grid, Group 7, Spec MX-5 to the grid for your qualifying session.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back to a moist Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Maybe the worst word in the English language, moist. Back here, Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here with us. Luckily, Tom, you are indoors. Greg, not so much. Greg is out trying to get the cameras going in the elements here. Thank you, Mr. Ginsberg, for all that. Jordan Worth, he's the man touching the buttons, making it all good. So we are one more qualifying session to go here. Then we're going to get 3 slightly shortened races, I believe. I think they're going to be 20 minutes, right, Tom?
Yeah, all race ones will be shortened to 20 minutes. We're going to do race groups 1, 2, and 3 today.
That's right. That's right. Ethan Jacobs, that's the camera you saw a lot with. We saw a lot together at NOLA. He ran this car really well at NOLA. And look at, wow, he must have gotten a tough exit of that corner because a bunch of cars just went flying by him.
I think he wants to get out of the spray, to be honest.
He's
backing off of the rear bumper of that other car after he looked like he was going to get a run, bailed out of it instead and pulled to the side. And the tricky part with this category, this is one of our categories with a spec tire with an allotment for the weekend. That kind of goes out the window a little bit with the wet. Wow, look at this big drift. But to my point, they don't really have rain tires. The tires they use are more of an intermediate with a tread, but it is a mostly designed for dry tires. So all of these drivers on the same tire, and you can see that they are not necessarily designed for these conditions, which is going to make this even more exciting.
This, if done well, is a master. Look at that. Look at the positive lock he's got on that steering wheel, trying to get that around every corner. Here he comes. There's a big puddle right there. He just went through it. And I think you probably, in a normal situation, Tom, would be braking right past that once the car gets at the bottom of that dip, because you get a good compression on the brakes, get a lot of grip. But in the rain, that's a whole different dealio, isn't it?
It is, and this is the first or second maybe lap that they're seeing that threshold brake zone, so you're going to be a little tentative, but you only get 20 minutes. Let's call that in the rain 10 laps tops,
right.
And that's a very short period of learning for this qualifying session. 14 cars on the grid, and this is a really cool, highly competitive class that we usually see also be affected by the draft. And as we mentioned in qualifying for Spec Miata, this track's not particularly one of those tracks, which means that maybe you're not working together for drafting, you're working together with somebody to be around you as to when and where you pick your battles.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. This is just absolutely sideways. Looks like the most comfortable way for Ethan Jacobs to be driving this car, and maybe some of the others, is to get it into a little bit of a slide and then keep it there rather than lose the front grip. There you see, even it comes around on the way into the turn 8 and 9 or 9 section. That is really intense. Oh,
yeah,
wheeling
definitely. Camden Hibbett is liking the rain. He is our current rainmeister with a 139.5, and I don't know how much rain is actually falling. Obviously the wipers are on because the spray from the car is in front of him, but we'll see when he comes across the line this time, and if he's able to pick up a little bit of timing here. And let's see for Ethan Jacobs, that lap second fastest of the session, even with all that sawing on the steering wheel. Ethan Jacobs comes up with a 139.7, 0.2 of a second slower than Camden Hibbett, who is your current pole sitter right now.
Really heads up for Brian Heitman to pull to the side as soon as he saw it. As soon as he saw Ethan Jacobs kind of catch him so quickly on that one lap, just to make sure that everybody gets their space here in qualifying. That's kind of an SCCA time trial heads-up level move. We have a local yellow down into this corner that we're watching right here, turn 6, for an unknown reason, kind of inhibiting a little bit of qualifying, but hey, it's already wet. It's pretty inhibited.
Exactly. When you're slowing down, does anybody actually know it?
Right, yeah, how slow do I have to go with
exactly.
in the rain?
So, some cars look like either they're going so slow that they don't look like they're out of control, or they're just really doing well in the rain. One of those two things is happening.
I imagine a lot of the drivers are a little bit more tentative to drive the car like we saw Lampy doing, but he's not the quickest, so there's certainly more on the table. The other conversation is car setup. If you were able to have, I mean, these drivers had essentially a 5-hour delay from when they were expected to go on the track. They had plenty of time to think about what they want to change on the car. Do you want to soften it up a little bit on the shocks? Do you want to do X, Y, Z? And some of the drivers may have done a better job than others in getting that. Logan Stretch goes to the top as I talk, 138.4 for Logan Stretch in the number 98 car, and just behind Cannon Gruber jumps up to the front row at a 139.3. So that's your new top two.
I think, Jordan, tell me if I'm right, this is the Ryan Gutile camera. All right, so this is Ryan Gutile in the number 116 car. Look at this is another difficulty, Tom, that we can have in these conditions with the fogging of the window. I'm not sure if that's the windshield fogged up. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's a windshield fogged up there. And that can be as problematic as the rain or slippery or anything like that.
It can be the worst of all. I mean, if that starts to keep fogging, it's not uncommon for a driver to pull off and forfeit the session because they can't see. And really the only thing you can do other than have a little bit of a blower or a core heater on it is maybe scrub a bunch of dish soap on your windshield. Believe it or not, that typically does the trick. As we continue to see these drivers, a little bit of I wouldn't call it a dry line, but a tire track line coming in on the track just a little bit, as I got confirmation from Gregg Ginsberg that it's barely raining, if at all, and Ethan Jacobs just continuing to really risk it all at this point to try to get to the top. He is sitting in the second position at a 139 flat, just needs to go a half second quicker to take the provisional pole.
Well, he just went purple in Sector 1 and a personal best in Sector 2, so this is a good lap right now. The question is it a good enough lap to take a session, to take a bump up here? Camden Gruber just moved to second on the board, and wow, look at that. Second on the board with a 138.6. And let's see what Ethan Jacobs gets when he comes across the line. Here he comes going into turn 10. He'll hit the timing stripe here in about, well, normally in about 5 seconds. It may take him a little longer this time.
Woo. Looks like he might have caught the paint just a little bit and kind of lost the drive off that corner. Despite that, not despite, because of that, let's say, he slowed down on that lap. Maybe not doing the setup changes required, or maybe just kind of driving to the sensation of speed. It feels fast to be working the car that hard, but it's not always the quickest way to drive it.
Yeah, he had a 38-second Sector 3, which is a second and a half slower than Camden Gruber, the car in fourth place. So definitely lost time in that third sector after putting down a purple lap in Sector 1 and a personal best in Sector 2. Now that third sector happens to be the sector with most of the twisty bits in it, so that makes perfect sense when you've got these conditions. 12 minutes left in this qualifying session. Right after this, we'll have Group 1, 2, and 3 races shortened to 20 minutes because of the weather. And then we're going to come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we're going to do the rest of our races tomorrow morning. Not quite sure if we're still going to have qualifying tomorrow. That's the one thing that was still, we're going to find out that from race control. I don't know if we'll have information on that. Well, there's a couple of flags waving out there in the distance. I'm not sure if we'll have confirmation of how tomorrow's schedules will work out, but we'll certainly have it ready for you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Camden Hibbett just went purple again last lap, a 137.9. So he's definitely found whatever the secret sauce is for these weather conditions at this moment. Ethan Lampy's moved into second place. Christian Hoagland is now your third place car until Ethan Jacobs figured it out, just went purple with a 137.8. What a lap. Oh, well, and now he's off the racetrack. Hope he can keep it off the wall there or whatever he's pointing towards. Well,
wow,
he went
that was a big ride.
the tire wall.
That was a ride and a swim and a fly and he keeps it back, pointed the right direction to rejoin.
But he's stopped now, and that's a problem because hopefully the car's not broken and he's just stuck. But once you stop on that wet grass, holy guacamole.
It's also very difficult. If you've never driven a race car before, you have a head neck restraint on that limits the amount you can turn your head. And that's for your safety, but it means that he wasn't able to turn his head left to look and see, am I safe to go? Now he's turned around driving the wrong way down the hill to get some momentum and try to rejoin safely. But this is a bit of a poor choice. I wouldn't recommend drivers do this.
Well, but what it is allowing him to do is to be able to see what's coming at him.
Yes, yes.
So that's a little
one of those what do I do situations that most of us have never even had to think about.
Yeah, and he's getting closer and closer to the racetrack, and he's back on the racetrack. Hopefully he's not pulling out in front of anybody, but he's now, I thought he had completely crossed the racetrack, back on it. So, and while all of that was happening, Camden Hibbett went purple again with a 137.2 to retake the pole position provisionally here with 9 minutes to go in the session.
You know what, Brian? I think it's drying out just enough that these, as I mentioned, more intermediate tires which tend to like a little bit of heat. They're going to just get faster and faster along with this track as it gets a little bit more time on it. This is the kind of session you want to stay out until the absolute last second just to get the best conditions as everybody's continuing to turn in faster and faster laps. Camden Hibbett at the top, Ethan Jacobs in second. That's our camera car. Ethan Lampy in third. No relation. Marcelo Panacea in fourth, and Christian Hoagland still fifth. But of those five drivers, 4 of them went faster last lap.
Well, Tomo has just predicted the last couple laps are going to be the funnest and the fastest, so let's do this. Let's do a call to grid, take our break, so that we can get those fast laps live here on the stream. So give us some tones. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. STU, GT3U, Touring 3, Touring 4, and STL. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here live at Hallett, Spec MX5 qualifying, and while we were in break, we saw Camden Hibbett, our pole sitter, with a big off, which means, Tom, both our top 2 cars have had large off-course experiences in this race.
The only way to go fast is to take some risks, and those 2 just happen to be the highest risk and fastest drivers on the track. But we were speculating that maybe the tire temps were coming up and the track was getting a little bit quicker. We haven't really seen that realized. The bottom half of the field is picking up pace, maybe getting more comfortable, but the top half has stayed about the same. As everybody maybe making more and more mistakes here and there. We saw Hibbett and Jacobs have that. Little bits of green sectors here and there as well in the top 3 to 5.
Well, and you can actually see it looks like there's a line that's starting to develop here. As the track dries out, you tend to you get a little racy, and then you make a little bit of an extra effort or a little more risk, and sometimes that risk pays off big times, and other times it does not.
Yeah, sometimes you can't just try harder. Is that what you're getting at?
Oh, there's a car off right there.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out also for Cam Eben this lap. The 55 car has a personal best Sector 1 going and the fastest trap speeds, a whopping 97 miles an hour down that very wet back straight.
Yeah.
The Cimarron straight. Oh boy, and yeah. Here's another car off. This is, I think, in the same corner.
So it looks like he's putting his car in that look. He's looking to the left. So he's putting his car in a place where he actually can see oncoming traffic.
Yep.
So he doesn't get run over before he comes back on the racetrack. So your top
although
five.
we see, real quick, even though we see the 4 minutes left on the session, due to a couple cars off, we're going to do an early checkered.
Okay.
So right now the cars finishing their laps. We'll get these in, but it is going to be a bit of an early. Go ahead with your top five you were mentioning.
I was just going to say our top five with 4 minutes, not anymore to go, is Camden Hibbett, Ethan Jacobs, Ayrton Grin, and Ethan Lampy, and Logan Stretch. So that's how they stand right now. We'll wait till they all get crossing the line here, and we'll give you a rundown. Only 14 cars here in this group, so we'll tell you about all of them here in just a minute. But there's some adventure going on out there, Tom.
There is. That was a big slide over turn 8 for one of the cars. I missed the number, but I also want to shout out Ayrton Grimm. That's a great improvement up to the top 3, having been outside of the top 5 before that last lap through, and just set another personal best sector 2. Again, we know that it's checkered, so this will be the last chance to get one of those laps in. And I have to wonder, was Cam Eben the car that was off, because he did not come back through for sectors 2 and 3.
Right.
After we saw that one car off to, driver's right at turn 7. 6, yeah.
All right.
Lampy comes back to the top 3. He improves to a 137.8. Goes back to
look
third.
At that slide.
Man, this races are going to be fun, Brian.
Fun. You have a sadistic streak in you, Mr. O'Gorman.
Not for us, anyway.
That's true. That's true. All right, let's give a run here through the top 14 here, or the 14. And might change just a little bit, but right now your pole sitter in front row will be Camden Hibbett and Ethan Jacobs. Then you've got your second row should be Ethan Lampy and Ayrton Grimm, followed by Logan Stretch and Marcello Panizia. Then you've got Christian Hoagland, Ethan Barker, Camden Gruber, Cam Eben, Cooper Hicks, Justin Mason, Ryan Gutile, and Brian Heitman. That is our plan for the moment for the starting order for Group 7, which will happen sometime tomorrow morning. All right, we're going to take a short break, do another call to grid, and then we'll come back with our first race of the day in just a few minutes. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 1 to the grid, Group 1 to the grid for your race. STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL. To the grid. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the first race of the day, delayed because of rain, but we're here, folks. We're racing at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here. 20-minute races this afternoon, and Tom's got our starting lineups.
This is going to be exciting and wet. We have GT3U, STU, T3, T4, and STL on track. Starting on overall pole and pole in GT3U, Tony Rivera on the outside of the front row. Chris Edens also out of GT3U. Then our pole sitter in STU, third overall, David Fiorelli in his Turbo Mustang. Then the Mazda Miata of Jorge Nazario starts fourth. Fifth position, Patrick Lipsinek in the STU category. Then our pole sitter in sixth, Brian Dombrowski in his Mazda in T3. Seventh place, second in class, Brian Johnson. Then Michael Pettiford in the eighth position. Ninth position, Michael Meek, also out of T3. Then our T4 pole sitter, Ethan Barker, fresh off the track from SMX, is here in T4. Starting 11th, Mark Cefalo in the 12th position, Jeff Ryan out of T4 and T3, respectively. Then we have our pole sitter for STL, starting 13th, Brian Heitman. 14th, Alan Orban out of STU. Then another one of our STL drivers, Ryan Gutiel, in the 15th position. 16th position, Peter Federlin out of STU. In the 9th row, 17th, Leanne Falk in a front-wheel drive Mazda 3. Could be pretty helpful there in T4 if she's got the right tires. Timothy Blakely will start 18th in T4 as well. We're suspecting in the 19th position, Michael Lewis qualified in GT3U using his F production trim. That's just speculation. Then in 20th, Peter Davis. Blake Thompson out in T4. It starts 21st in the 37 car. Then the 22 of James Dianto starts in STL there in 22nd. 23rd will be George Walker out of GT3U. And final on the grid sheets, but without a time in qualifying, 24th position is Jim Eben in STL. There's your starting grid for race number 1.
All right, so let's take a second before we get to green here. A big shout out to the SCCA volunteers who don't have the luxury of working undercover and are out in these elements, because it is just nasty out there right now. So thank you to all the SCCA workers out there in the rain, doing what you love to do. Probably love it slightly less in this weather. So.
No kidding. So real quick, before we get to the green, it looks like we are only doing one warm-up lap. A couple other cars to look out for. The all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza of Patrick Lipsinek starting third in STU, but is looking probably like he's loving this weather. The front-wheel drive cars of Brian Heitman and Leanne Falk. And finally, the mid-engine Porsche Boxster of Michael Meek that starts ninth. All of those cars, in theory, have a bit of an advantage in these conditions, but anything could happen.
All right, pace car is in pit lane. Most of the cars already lined up 2 by 2 as they enter turn 10, and here they come out of turn 10, and hopefully the green flag will fly here, and it is in the air. We are racing for the first time this weekend at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Here comes our STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL cars down towards turn 1 for the first time. Unfortunately, because of the weather, we don't have all of our cameras working, so we're going to do the best we can with what we've got. Look at that. Chris Edens. And can you see anything, Tom?
All I can tell is he's side by side with Tony Rivera. I'm going to guess this is the braking zone for turns 2 and 3. He's got the outside, which is theoretically where the grip may be, although this new pavement might just give him grip everywhere. He's going to lose the position to at least one car. I think Tony Rivera jumps right back in front, and he still has pressure from behind. It looks like David Fiorelli has held the spot in STU, as those are Mustang headlights in the upper right.
Hopefully he has a better
look
view
at this,
out of... Oh, wow.
The Subaru is out front. Patrick Lipsinek, we didn't even see it. It is gone, checked out, and has taken the overall lead of the race by about 10 car lengths already.
That is fantastic. When you have the horse for the right course, and that is certainly the horse for the right course right now, you take advantage of it whenever you can. Good job there.
The other car killing it is out of T3, your pole sitter Brian Dombrowski in that ND Miata. It looked like Lipsinek was starting to pull away, but actually I think the MX-5 was reeling him in just slightly. That is second overall on the grid. There are your top two, your leader in STU in the Subaru, your leader in T3. And now he's got more on track. Tony Rivera has a lot to deal with, and I think that was out of T4. Ethan Barker has taken the lead there in that red MX-5 and has already passed the overall pole sitter.
That is crazy. Cart 10 in, or Carl T10 in the chat says we are under full instrument rating conditions here. definitely crazy weather here as they come around across the line for the first time. Patrick Lipsinek, your leader in that Subaru Impreza. Brian Bielanski comes in second now, right now in his Mazda. Then you've got Ethan Barker, Mark Cephalo making a big move here. T4 into second place with his Mazda MX-5. And then Tony Rivera, your pole sitter, has dropped down to 5th place in his GT3U Mazda RX-3.
Could be some tire compound issues happening here as to why you've seen the certain cars leap out at the front. They run a DOT race tire compound that is very, very, it's almost cheating in the rain, to be honest. They're so good. And those tires are not necessarily available for every single car. It looks like an issue for one of our T3 cars. That's the 370Z of Steven Johnson, who has slowed way down. Looks like he may not even have his own power, maybe.
Is that front right wheel? Yeah, man, that looks okay, I guess.
Which sure is. No, look at it bumping. It looks like something in the right front is broken, maybe bent, and is limping and back up the hill towards pit in.
Maybe a broken tie rod or something. Maybe had an off and hit a pothole or something, or a hole off the track. In these conditions, to go off would not surprise anybody. But something's not right with that car, clearly, as he tries to limp it around back and keep us off, not having to have a full course caution here. Several good places to pull in here. The entire field's going to come zipping by his car right now as they come into turn 10, and he's going to get to the pit lane. It looks like nice job. Great job getting to the pits here. But here comes our race leaders here coming into turn 10 here. And that Subaru Impreza is impressive.
It is.
Across the line, yep.
3 different classes represented there, and the cars that are on the charge are actually the slowest in the field. That are the T4 cars of Ethan Barker and Mark Cephalo, the red and green cars that you see in 3rd and 4th overall. They were the fastest cars on track last time through by the tune of about 2.5 seconds, which is wild considering those are meant to be the slowest cars on the track. But those 2 drivers have figured out something. They've gotten brave quickly, and now Barker is looking at the inside. Cephalo is going to try to go with him so he doesn't lose this battle for the lead, passing the T3 leader, Brian Bielanski.
And Cephalo put down the fastest lap last time with a 1:39.9, a purple lap. Not only the fastest lap in T4, but the fastest lap overall. Faster than the GT3 cars, faster than the STU cars. This is definitely, when you've got the right car for the rain, there's really nothing you can do about it.
No, and the right car for the rain right now is Patrick Lipsinek, your leader in STU and overall. There's the gap all the way back to 5th. David Fiorelli is 2nd place in STU. And then our second place driver, the Porsche Boxster, sitting there in 2nd overall, 6th overall, 2nd in class, Michael Meek.
And Tony Rivera in that GT3U Mazda continues to drop through the field. Ryan Gutiel also dropping back a spot. Rivera is in 7th overall now. Wow.
Oh no, a mechanical issue for Patrick Lipsinek. Dives to the pit entry from the overall lead. Or does he just get out of the way? No, he just gets out of the way. He just wants to hang out and rejoins in 4th.
Well, and he's in an STU car, so he's not battling for any positions here with any of these drivers. And then the fastest STU car behind him was back 9 seconds. So, and he did that right after dropping the fastest lap of the race with a 1:42.4. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's also reasonably possible to look in your mirrors, notice that it's either Spec MX-5s or T4 MX-5s and go, they're probably going to want by me if they're faster. They're probably not going to be as patient as I'm willing to be. And you're right, with that buffer, Patrick Lipsinek drops to 4th overall, leads the class. David Fiorelli runs 2nd. Completing the thought for STU, Peter Federlin actually runs in 3rd in his Toyota Supra. That's the 80s version.
Yes.
And then the other cars have really struggled to find pace. Alan Orban in the SRT4 has dropped way back. Jorge Nazario has as well. And I gotta wonder if either of them even have rain tires because they are way back.
Well, and the one big downside, though, to being friendly and letting those cars by is you had clean track, no spray in your windshield when you're out front. And now that is not the case anymore. He is going to have to deal with the spray from those cars in front of him unless they pull out far enough where it doesn't become an issue anymore. So that's something you have to think about when you want to be friendly and all, but sometimes you got to be a little bit selfish.
And it's certainly looking like those top 2 are going to drive away.
Yeah.
The thing that Patrick Lipsinek has to worry about now is he can't go too casual because David Fiorelli's finding his footing in that turbo Mustang, and the gap between the two, there it is, the car without headlights, then the car with. That's the lead for STU, and Lipsinek gave that up. whether it was a mistake on the shift or whether if it was intentional to pull to the side, he doesn't necessarily have the comfort that he had a little bit ago.
Yeah, and you also, that buffer zone of the Fiorelli having to go around those cars would have been comforting because now look at Fiorelli, a 3-second lap faster than Patrick Lipsinick there. So I don't think that was as intentional as we thought it might have been.
Maybe not, or it was just a mistake. Mistaken choice, I would say. But yeah, David Fiorelli turns in the fastest lap of the race in that rear-wheel drive turbo Mustang. That's an absolutely fantastic drive as the faster cars in the field are starting to find their footing and run down those two T4 cars that are currently the top two. As I speak, David Fiorelli puts in another personal best and session best sector 1 and 2.
Ethan Barker, your race leader, right behind him, Mark Cefalo, 1 second back, both of them in T4 and in Mazda MX-5s. Your T3 class leaders in third place overall, Brian Dombrowski, also in a Mazda. And you've got that battle for STU that we were talking about with Lipsinick and Fiorelli. Now that's less than 4 seconds between those two cars.
We're settling in about halfway through this race, 20-minute race, 11 and a half minutes to go by the time I finish my sentence. Yep. And that's going to mean that you're kind of getting into the stage of the race where you've more or less found the limits. I'm going to guess, especially these top drivers, and you're measuring risk versus reward constantly. You have to decide if you're Mark Cefalo or if you're Ethan Barker, am I going to try to keep pushing those brake zones? Am I going to try to keep going a little bit quicker? Or do I just try to settle in? And if the other driver figures out something, that's when it becomes a problem. But it's, again, that risk reward, because a small mistake here we've seen, you just go slide forever on that wet grass.
This time across the line, the gap between Lipsinick and Fiorelli and STU, less than a second by just a blink. And it is on David Fiorelli trying to get to the back bumper of Patrick Lipsinick. As these conditions, it looks like it's kind of slowed down rain-wise. So if that's the case, they will continue to improve throughout this session with just a little over 10 minutes to go here.
Had that big storm, not big storm, but that big dump of rain come through right before this race, which is how the track got so much wetter after that SMX qualifying. But I think David Fiorelli is doing a really impressive job with one of the cars I didn't shout out as having an advantage, catching the all-wheel drive Subaru right now for the lead in STU. That's the two back cars on your screen right there. We'll also say Tony Rivera continues to lead GT3U. A little bit further back from this Porsche Boxster, that is 7th overall. And he has a pretty comfortable lead over second-in-class Chris Edens, who we saw was having a lot of fog issues. Look, a change for the lead. Mark Cefalo around the outside.
Change for the lead up front. And remember I was saying that Fiorelli was trying to get to the back bumper of Patrick Lipsinick? Well, he is there. And now it's when and how he can get around a little bit gap wide. So there does appear that there are still some spots where that Subaru is a little bit quicker. But a lot more horsepower, I'm guessing, out of that Mustang once they get to the main straight here, if he can get the horsepower down.
Very likely we see that Subaru leaps ahead just a bit on the acceleration, but I have to imagine the first half of the track is maybe a little bit stronger for the Mustang, maybe that middle sector where they kind of sweep left and right a couple times. Then that Subaru is really going to look alive on the acceleration zones out of 2 in this section we look at now.
All right, let's do it with the tones. We'll do a call to grid, and we'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the finish of this one. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2, B-Spec, and the production cars, E, F, and H production, to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, a somewhat drying out Hallett. It has been absolutely soggy for the last 5 hours here. 6.5 to go, Tom, and it has been pretty exciting these the first 15 minutes of this race.
We have a battle raging at the front with the T4 lead. Mark Cephalo and Ethan Barker, the two cars you see coming into the corner there, are absolutely tooth and nail right now for the overall win. David Fiorelli was able to get past Patrick Lipsinek on the ad brake there. They sweep through the corner, and then we also had a mistake potentially from Brian Dabrowski, was running with the T3 lead and third overall, has dropped, was about 6 seconds slow last time through and has dropped back to fifth overall, which means that Brian Dabrowski, Michael Meek in T3 are now separated by less than 3 seconds, MX5 versus Boxster.
You know the rain has slowed when the photographer comes out from underneath the awning. So good news for us. Good news for the photographers out there. We see a white and a yellow flag there at turn 5. So somebody is off, probably downstream from there. Hopefully in a good spot. But,
that was a big flat slide for Mark Cephalo into the braking zone for turn 9, and it seems like Cephalo is a little better at exiting the corners. It looks like he's getting a little bit better runs off. And as I said, at this particular lap, Ethan Barker takes a good run and looks to the inside. Cephalo is going to make it very easy to go down the inside there. Maybe try to run the perimeter of the outside. Here they come up onto the front straight. Barker has gone back to the front.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy pass, honestly, for Barker, and it'll be fun to see whether Cephalo can fight back here. We've got about 5 minutes to go. Looking at the lap times, that's going to be probably 3 more laps is my guess. So we will check on that. Looking back a little through the field here, your STU first and second place, David Fiorelli and Patrick Lipsinek. We've been talking about them a bunch. And then we also talked about Brian Dabrowski. He has about a 3-second lead over the second place car in T3, Michael Meek. And then we've got Tony Rivera, your first place car in GT3U. Following him, a couple more T3 cars, Michael Pettiford and Jeff Ryan. And then going and looking at, I guess that's everybody. Yep, that is the top cars in the classes we have out here today. So 4 to go. And Mark Cephalo's not giving up here. He is still right there with Ethan Barker.
Certainly not. And right there on camera, you see the 2 cars with headlights on, that MX5 of that Boxster. That's the battle for T3. So we basically have 5 classes, on track, running nose to tail.
And a little bit of slower.
Although it looks like, go ahead.
As a slower traffic in front of our leaders, that could play a role here as we get to our last few laps. Whether or not they can get through this traffic without any issues.
was just noticing that Patrick Lipsinick has disappeared. I wonder if there's a mechanical issue for the Subaru, as he's now running about 6-7 seconds off of David Fiorelli. There's the Mustang leaving your frame right now. The next car in is going to be the battle for T3 and Patrick Lipsinick, who was under a lot of pressure from that battle. We'll see if he was able to stay in front. Yes, but he may be inhibiting Brian Dombrowski just a little bit there, your leader in T3.
Right. And Fiorelli's getting to the point where he might be to a position where he's going to want to get around those T4 leaders to take the overall lead here as well. He is slowly reeling them in. Last time by, it was about 4 seconds. We'll see what it is, about 3 seconds, I should say. Fiorelli's running laps of 135.6. Your leader's running laps right just a little more than 137s. So Fiorelli definitely the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
And continuing to go faster and faster. Yeah, with this thing is winding down, it may actually be white flag this time. We'll keep an eye on it as we come towards that start-finish line under slower pace because of this rain.
Yeah.
Here comes our T3 battle. They both cleared Patrick Lipsinick, so it's still Dombrowski and then Meek. Dombrowski in the MX-5, Meek in the Boxster. We haven't seen the Boxster be a go-to car in T3, I don't think, for at least a long time, if ever, but certainly these conditions and the driving, Michael Meek, is doing a fantastic job to keep Brian Dombrowski honest after Dombrowski had that pretty dominant start. The battle at the front, though, heating up.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to probably get one more lap before we get the white flag here. So here they come across the line here. Mark Cephalo retaking the lead this time by. Looks like he retook the lead in turn 7. No white flag, so we've got whatever 1 point is times 2. What is that? 3.6 miles to go.
Oh, actually, look at this. I have not seen Michael Meek come through. Did I commentator's curse the Porsche Boxster?
You might have.
Right
you
off
might have. So now it is Dombrowski first and Meek, but you've got a number of cars now passing Meek. So he either is on the track going slower, he has come off the track somewhere.
I'll offer my apologies to him now. That's going to promote Tony Rivera back up into 6th position overall, still comfortably leading over Chris Edens, who we mentioned may have had some fogging issues. It looks like Mark Cephalo has really found his comfort zone this lap. He's pulled away by about 3 car lengths over Ethan Barker.
White flag next time by, official word from race control and timing and scoring. Yeah, Cephalo obviously doing something right and found a little something with about 4 or 5 car length lead now as they come through turn 9 for the second to last time. There is Cephalo right behind him, Ethan Barker, then David Fiorelli, who has no reason to go around those cars other than for a little bit of slice of glory to take the overall win. He can just stay right where he is and not interfere with this battle for the T4 lead. Nobody in striking distance for Fiorelli. Here they come past the white flag. 1 lap to go here at Hallett. Cephalo, Barker, Fiorelli, Dombrowski, Lipsinick, your top 5 here as your leaders come through turn 2. Does Ethan Barker have anything left in the tank? Here he comes. It does not look like he's close enough to make a move there, certainly. He's only got about 6 corners to go before he is going to be out of time and out of racetrack to get it done here.
I think they're in clear air all the way to the finish line. But look, Barker has had a killer run off of turn 3 and is now absolutely under attack, in attacking distance to Mark Cephalo. Big slide for Cephalo coming off turn 5 down into turn 6. Barker's going to look. Is there overlap? Oh! Yes, contact. They're going to take each other out. Barker goes sliding for a spin, unfortunately. Oh, man, and David Fiorelli checked up, and he's going to go back to the overall lead. With the contact between those 2 cars, the rain is starting to come back down heavy.
All right, the big question is, will either of these 2 cars be able to get going here before they get to the start-finish line or before the Blake Thompson, way down the order, would be the next T4 car. A lot of time back to Blake Thompson if those 2 cars can get back going here. There's your race leader right now. It is David Fiorelli for the overall. Still have not seen anything from Cephalo or Barker.
There is your leader coming through now. There is Cephalo. No, that's the Boxster. I still have not seen either Cephalo or Barker here. Your race leader across the line, that is David Fiorelli. Coming across in second place, that's going to probably be Brian Dombrowski. There's your second and third place cars. Do we see any sign of either Mark Cephalo or Ethan Barker here? There is second and third place across the line. Lipsinick, none of these cars also. So the question now is, can Blake Thompson get it past those two cars? He was well over 40, 50 seconds back when the incident happened. We're looking for Blake Thompson is in another MX-5.
And that's going to be the silver and red car coming to us now, and I think it looks like in a surprise upset in T3, Blake Thompson should be taking the win just ahead out of the T3 field. Michael Pettiford, what a dramatic last lap in T4. Yep. The slowest class in the field, leading overall until the leaders take each other out. Arguably, Barker took took Cephalo out. Let the stewards decide that, but that's a big turn of events, and a congratulations to Blake Thompson keeping it together. I think he didn't have rain tires either and was able to hold on for a win in T4.
Yeah, I'm still watching the timing and scoring here, and I have not. Yeah, Brian Gutiel now is crossing the line. Still waiting to see. We don't have our first place car in T4 yet, but those two cars still sliding backwards. No, still waiting for Blake Thompson to cross the line to make it official.
And what may have happened, actually, Blake Thompson may have been just in front of the overall leader, so he may have most of a lap to navigate before getting the checkered.
You already. So so what I think might have happened is that Blake Thompson was already a lap down, and Mark Cephalo and Ethan Barker will end up being the race first and second place in T4, even though they never got back to the start-finish line. That's bizarre stuff there, Tom.
Yeah, so what would have happened is essentially Thompson didn't get the opportunity to take the extra lap.
Correct.
Because he was a lap down from the class leader. So that explains, I apologize, the confusion. So then, yes, Mark Cephalo, even though he got a MX-5 to the rear end coming into the white flag lap, will take the provisional win anyway in T4 over Ethan Barker. Man, that was fun.
That was fun. Let's run through our top 10 here. Your overall leader and winner in STU, David Fiorelli. Your top car in T3 finishing second, Brian Dombrowski. Then you've got Patrick Lipsinick, your second place car in GT3 or in STU. Your winner in GT3, your Tony Rivera, comes across fourth. Then the rest of your T3 podium, Michael Meek and Michael Pettiford, followed by Jeff Ryan. Your STL class winner, Ryan Gutiel, in 8th place overall. Then your second place in GT3U, Chris Edens. And then finally in the top 10 STL second place car is Jim Eben. Your top 3 in T4, Mark Cephalo, Ethan Barker, and Blake Thompson. And your third place podium finisher in STL was Peter Davis. We're going to take another break. Let's do a call to grid. If you'd hit me the tones. E, F, H production, B-Spec to the grid. Your race is about to get started. Group 2, E, F, and H production and B-Spec, please come to the grid.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, getting ready for our second race of the day. E, F, and H Production and B-Spec are starting lineups. The man, the myth, the legend, Tom O'Gorman.
To kick things off with our second group, B-Spec pole sitter Chris Taylor will start his number 134 car alongside Andrew Jansen, who starts second in class. Kent Carter will start third on the inside of the second row alongside Gail Corley. Some fans in the live chat rooting for Gail. Derek Ambrose is back in B-Spec. He will start fifth in the number 62 Mazda 2. Then Stephanie Anderson in another Mazda 2 will start sixth in class. Seventh in class, Joseph Gersh in a Toyota Yaris. Then David Hancock in the number 10 car will start in eighth. Finally, ninth position, Brian Prokops will start in the final position in B-Spec. Then we move up to the prod cars. They're all going to start in the same wave first. Tyler Ladd is on the overall pole in E-Production alongside Bill Miller's BMW sedan. They're in second. Then Jake Anton is third in E-Production. Fourth overall, first in class, Cliff Ira on pole in the Del Sol. Ken Kennard will start just behind in fifth. Second in F-Production. Sixth, Steven Simons will be third in F-Production. Then our pole sitter in H-Production, Jesse Prather in his Mazda 2 will start seventh. Eighth in the fourth row will be Michael Lewis out of F-Production. Eric Prill in F-Production as well, driving a GT Light converted car, will start ninth overall. Then 10th, Wade McBride, also in F-Production there. Second place in H-Production, Chris Albin will start 11th overall. Then 12th overall, Chuck Mathis alongside in third for class. Paul Evans will start his Datsun 510 in the 13th position. Then Mark Weber, the startingest driver in SCCA runoffs history, is 14th. Weber Manning, again, no relation, will start 15th on the 8th row. Then 16th overall, the 142 of Angus Chrome out of H Production. Back to E Production towards the back of the wave. This is 17th overall. Kevin Patterson, who had an incident earlier today in qualifying, is back out there hopefully. The 18th position will be Johnny Ray out of E Production. And our final car in the wave, final car in H Production, will be Ralph Lindau, who had some mechanical issues this morning, hoping for a good race.
All right, get ready to go here. We've got our split start here. The production cars first, and you can see the fancy second pace car. That's the SCCA hauler truck. Is pacing the second group here, so tons of fun there.
The other thing to note is the mix of front and rear-wheel drive cars. We usually see E and F Production dominated by rear-wheel drive cars. There aren't any other drive lines, not necessarily dominated. F Production has those front-wheel drive cars, but then we have the majority front-wheel drive H Production, which is made up of Mazda 2s, Volkswagens, and then the Datsun 510. Of course, all of B-Spec front-wheel drive. Here we go.
There you go, as we get our cars here coming through turn 9, and they will... turn 10, I guess, it's a big turn 10. As they come now down to the start-finish line, green flag flies. F Production, H Production, and E Production. They are now rumbling down towards turn 1 for the first time here as we get our cars underway. And we are started with a 20-minute race here. Here comes our second group now through the exit of turn 9. And they're going to want to hustle along here because it's a short track. And they want to get some laps in before the production cars catch up to them. So hopefully they can get this thing underway fast and get at least 4 or 5 laps by themselves before the rest of that field starts to come and bear down on them from the back.
While we wait for this second, for another look at the first group, Jesse Prather was 3 wide across the start-finish line looking for some action. But here we go, B-Spec coming to the green.
Here they come to the green flag flies. That would be 9 B-Spec cars, I count, as they come. A couple more and I run out of fingers and toes, but we're good here as they come down to turn 1 for the first time. There is Ken Kennard in that Acura Integra taking an early lead after your production cars. I think that's the head of the field there.
We may have E-Production cars in front of them, unless they both disappeared. Those 2 cars started in the second and third rows that we saw maybe in the overall lead at this point. Again, we are down 1 or 2 cameras because of the weather, but that's the best we can do. But wow, something happened to Tyler Ladd and Bill Miller. They're completely MIA.
Yeah, maybe they slid off the track here early on.
Oh, there's Miller. He runs second overall. Tyler Ladd is the only car missing. So it is Kennard, Kent Kennard at the overall lead in F Production. Then the E Production leader will be Miller. Then the H Production leader, Prather, are your top 3.
come across the line here to prove us correct or not, and it is. Ken Kennard opened up a little bit of a lead over the second place car of Bill Miller, 2.4 seconds between Kennard and Miller. Then you've got Jesse Prather, multiple national champion, with an H production Mazda 2 ahead of all the faster cars out there.
Just got a little glimpse of Tyler Ladd. Must have had an incident, but he's running again. Was just ahead of the B-Spec cars, who are now working their way through turn 9. A little look up the inside for Stephanie Anderson. Around the outside was Joseph Gersh. Sorry, that's not Anderson. That is the car just behind. But it's still Chris Taylor at the front in that orange and blue Mazda 2.
Chris Taylor Racing out of Texas. He supports many cars in the B-Spec field as they come across the line this time. Taylor, Corley, Jansen, Carter, Ambrose, your top 5 in B-Spec. Now we're back to our production field here as they come here through turn 6. There's Michael Lewis there.
Again, 3 classes represented in production, but it's difficult to tell them apart at times. Right now, I was also going to point out Chuck Mathis got a pretty solid start in the 5th position overall, 2nd in class. Only 1 car on track behind the leader in class, Jesse Prather. There's a look at the white and blue BMW. Tyler Ladd working his way back through the production field to try to get some semblance of an honorable finish. It looks like we have a change for the lead in B-Spec.
When I was talking about this class in qualifying, I was talking about all the national champions in this class. Chris Shaftsma sent me a message reminding me that Chuck Mathis also has a runoffs win and 2 seconds in G production. And Chris Albin has been on the podium several times at the runoffs. And Chuck Mathis, when he was running up front in the class, he was running up front with Ken Prather, who is Jesse's dad. Here is our Goodyear camera. This is in the B-Spec car of Kent Carter here.
When you see this car from the outside, it's neon purple with big teeth on the front, so you can't miss it. It looks like Dale Corley is the first car in B-Spec to come across some lap traffic. That's the Datsun 510, the 27 of Paul Evans. Struggling for pace. Another spin. The 94 car, the Eve production car, another incident from qualifying this morning, now has another spin.
Try to find a place to spin this car around without getting on the grass, because that can end your day. Although it can't be any whole lot worse than all the cars that just drove right past them. But good job getting that thing back going and not getting in the way of anybody else. So a spin and continue here. Jesse Prather now up to 2nd place in that Mazda 2. That car in the sunlight, it's got a metallic wrap on it, Tom, and it's really, really cool.
Looks like a bunch of cars picked up 1 spot. Bill Miller dropped from what was 2nd on the track to about 6th, which is going to promote the positions overall. Should be Ken Kennard, then Jesse Prather. Cliff Ira is now in 3rd overall, 2nd in F production. Mathis was up there, Simons was up there as well, and then Bill Miller back to 6th. Look at this battle in B-Spec. The Honda Fit has gone through as well. That is Andrew Jansen trying to keep Gail Corley honest. Those top 2 in B-Spec have finally gotten their way past the production car traffic and are able to battle it out this lap.
Jesse Prather just went purple with the fastest lap in that Mazda 2 of a 1:39.5. So he is getting it done there. There's your B-Spec field.
Kind of a top 6 breakaway. We should also mention Derek Ambrose, Stephanie Anderson in that top 6 battle, all zooming past us here at pit entry.
Right through there. Everybody keeping kind of not doing anything too crazy. Conditions still a bit squirrely as hopefully a dry line starts to develop here as this race wears on with 14 minutes to go.
Jesse Prather, the quickest car on track, despite being in the 3rd quickest class. And this being the great equalizer, we have front-wheel drive cars all across the top of the board. Ken Kennard, Jesse Prather, Cliff Ira, Chuck Mathis, all front-wheel drive, in fact, out of E, H, and F production. F and H production. And there's the battle for Ira, Mathis, and Simons.
And it's also interesting to see the B-Spec cars also all front-wheel drive cars with some rain tire options.
they're now working their way up through the slower production cars. So that is taking advantage of having the better car for these conditions, certainly.
Look at Prather just hounding the back of Canard through the twistier sections of the track. That Integra only has a couple of opportunities to stretch its legs on this track and use its horsepower, so it's not a huge surprise to see Prather being able to keep up. Getting past is going to be a completely different thing. Also keep an eye out for Cliff Ira. He tends to be more of a conservative starter and then build pace throughout these races. I wouldn't be completely surprised to see that Del Sol start to get closer to Canard and Prather over the next couple of laps, especially if it starts to get a bit drier as confidence continues to grow.
Yeah, definitely, and Canard wants his teammate. They're both out of the Jesse Prather stable, although so is Cliff Ira. Wants to keep Jesse Prather between him and Cliff Ira, having that little buffer car. That's what he's hoping to do. But Prather wants to get around. Now, neither of those cars are battling each other for position. Prather's in the H production, and Canard and Ira are in the F production cars. So. Not a big help to any of them to race each other at this point, but also the same buffer zone is Ira between Prather and Mathis, two H production cars. So lots of chess and strategery going on at the moment.
And here's where it gets really tricky. Look at the traffic down into turn 9. Our leaders both clear, all of them before the apex. The second place cars, respectively, both get caught. So it's a little bit of a gift for both of those two. But again, Ira, and we've sung the praises for Prather, but Chuck Mathis is keeping him honest. When you tend to make a mistake in the wet, they tend to be fairly large. You lose fairly large chunks of time. So both of those drivers are absolutely not safe right now for just cruising home. Look at Prather's just still, every time there's a turn, he comes out on the bumper of Canard.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. They're coming up on 11, just past 11 and a half to go here. Another taking a peek back, you've got Gail Corley, who has taken the lead now in B-Spec. Andrew Jansen has moved up to second place. Chris Taylor and Kent Carter drop back to third and fourth right now. So Mazda 2 Honda Fit taking the point here in B-Spec on this last lap. So, but Taylor's right there, and Kent Carter's just a car length or two back. So the gap between first and, sixth place here, all of those cars still close enough that they can all cause each other some headaches here. As we come into now, Chris Taylor goes down to the inside of Andrew Jansen and makes that pass. So now he's going to retake second place here as they come out of turn 10 and head across the start-finish line here with 10 and a half minutes to go. Let's do this. Let's take a moment to give me some tones. We'll do a call to grid, and then we'll take our break. We'll get you back here for the rest of the race. Attention the paddock, Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. That would be Spec Miata. Come on down. You're up next here. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, Visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Super Tour at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are rejoining an epic B-Spec battle as it tends to happen. Someone pulled the pin on the grenade and everybody has been side by side for a lap or so in the background of those ads, but Gail Corley's continued to take the top spot. Everybody else has been shuffling around as they ran nearly side by side for a couple corners, bringing us back to the action. But we do have a couple of cars also off the track, to the point that race controls had a bit of a difficult time keeping up with who is where. So I don't have the information perfectly for you, but the Prod Group and B-Spec keeping the workers absolutely busy. These B-Spec drivers keeping each other busy, Brian.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch during the break as these cars all over the back bumpers of each of the cars in front of them. Here is the Kent Prather Goodyear camera here as they come here with 6.5 to go. As has been the case many times during these Super Tours, the B-Spec cars putting on one of the best shows of the day here. Today, no exception.
Being a little bit of wiggles out of the Honda Fit. The Mazda 2s all look pretty stout. Got 4 Mazda 2s in the sandwiching that one Honda Fit, kind of double bred. They're side by side now for Chris Taylor gets a run at the inside of Gail Corley. That's the right side for the next corner, meaning the correct side, but it is the complete wrong side for the next corner after that. They're going to come up side by side into the heaviest braking zone on the track, still battling for the lead in B-Spec. Chris Taylor is actually going to take it around the outside into the braking zone and becomes the leader after starting on pole for the first time this race.
Doesn't look like it's still raining, but there are some gigantic puddles still out there. You saw them go through one of them there with 5 minutes to go here, so it's going to be a damp racetrack definitely for the rest of today and maybe into tomorrow.
Once again, we're only planning to run one more race. This will be Group 3's race number 1. Group 4 through 7 will race tomorrow after some weather delays today. So if you're tuning in for anybody after Spec Miata, you'll have to wait for tomorrow. But right now, we've got this epic battle in B-Spec. And continuing at the front, we should mention Ken Kennard has started to pull away just slightly from Jesse Prather, turned in the fastest lap of the race. He leads F production, Prather leads H production, and Bill Miller continues to lead E production after some struggles for last year's defending champion Tyler Ladd. Had an off and ultimately an impact with the wall. He's out of the car and fine, but is not circulating.
Yeah, all of those cars that we just talked about have several seconds between each other, so not much to talk about as far as battles go. That's why we're going to keep it with this B-Spec battle probably to the end here as they continue to battle and swap positions all across the top 6 here. A little bit of a gap now between the top 3 of Taylor, Corley, and Jansen, back to Derek Ambrose in 4th. But that is still a big, hot and heavy battle here, Tom, and it's still very, very much uncertain who's going to take the podium here.
And we've just had a premature checkered flag, so it's actually going to be an early finish. These drivers probably don't know it, but this is their last chance to navigate turns 8, 9, and 10 to mix it up and come to the checkered flag. We've already had Ken Kennard come through and take the overall win. Prather has completed his race as well, but can Gail Corley, after leading most of the race, get back? There's really only one passing opportunity left into this light braking zone for in turn 10.
All right, here they come.
Pretty big gap.
Out of turn 9, heading towards turn 10 for the final time. About a car length separating all the top 3 drivers, so it's going to be really hard to make any moves at this point. But here they come to the line. It's going to be Chris Taylor. If he can get through for the final time without any issues, and he does, Chris Taylor's going to take the win. Across the line in second will be Gail Corley, followed by Andrew Jansen. Whew.
Any one of those 6 could have won it. Derek Ambrose was in there. Kent Carter was in there. Stephanie Anderson was in there as well. It'll be fun to watch them give it another go tomorrow. There's the back half of the B-Spec field, starting with Joseph Gersh. Brian Prokop and David Hancock will bring up the finish for B-Spec. There's Angus Crome coming through in H production. He will finish 4th in class.
All right, talking about our other classes right now, your F production winner, Ken Kennard, 2nd place in F production, Cliff Ira. 3rd place is going to be Michael Lewis. And then the 1st place car in H production will be Jesse Prather, followed by Chuck Mathis and Chris Albin. And then E production, your race winner, Bill Miller, Jake Anton, and scrolling down 3rd place will be Mark Weber. That's how they wrap up here. We have got one more race to go. It'll be a doozy. Spec Miata. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We're back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for our final race of the day. If you're just tuning in, it's the last race of the day because we had a long 2-hour rain and lightning delay earlier. So we're going to get 3 in today and do the rest of our races tomorrow. Let's take a look at this racetrack, though, real quick. And here is our fly-in Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. 1.8 miles, 2.89 kilometers, a 10-turn racetrack, natural terrain. New asphalt on this racetrack. First race in 1976. It's got an interesting mix of high-speed and low-speed corners. Not a lot of straightaways. Some great corner names. My favorite, the Good, the Bad, and the Tolly. There's also an alternative name for Turn 9 that we're not going to say on the broadcast. Martin House Straight, Founder Straight, Cimarron Straight, fun times. And apparently, Tom, everybody loves corner number 6.
I'm surprised that's everyone's favorite. I'm going to have to go take a poll after this. But this track's certainly been presenting challenges all day, dry or wet. We have also about 80 feet of elevation change, which takes away visibility in a lot of places. You start on a very, very short straight. That front straightaway Founders down into turn 1, which tightens just slightly on the exit. You see on the overhead map a little better than you can see in the car. But it's downhill on entry, uphill on exit, and pretty wet right now. Then a short straightaway yet again. They're all short here into a braking zone for Coyote Corner. You got to decide, do I run the perimeter, extend the corner, keep my speed up, or do I hook it towards turn 3 and then just accelerate? You'll see different horses for different courses there. Up the hill into turn 4, blind until you get most of the way through it, and then you really flick the car with barely a brake back into turn 5. You see there it falls away into the exit of 5, which is another easy spot to drop a tire. Then we have everybody's favorite turn 6, which is actually one of the more easily visible and easily navigable corners. Maybe that's why it's everyone's favorite.
Probably.
Then we're up Cannonball Straight, the little flick into the good, and then a blind crest over the bad into a heavy braking zone that goes down, then up once again, exiting turn 9, and then it's really a pretty fast turn 10 after going uphill through Martin House Straight. You really don't have to slow down that much, but turn 10's also pretty slow.
Yep. All right, get ready for qualifying here for Spec Miata. Have we started the pace lap yet?
Qualifying.
Or, I'm sorry, for race. I'm sorry, the race. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. The Tolly. I'm sorry, named after Hall of Fame, SCCA Hall of Fame member Anatoly Arutinov, one of the designers or founders. I don't know if he designed it or founded it, but I believe he was one of the founders of this racetrack.
Oh, I'm hearing both.
Designer and founder. Well, there you go. We talked about it.
Grid right now, all the brake lights are on. The car's probably sitting there in neutral waiting for the one and go. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we talked about this on the podcast. This track is a track that feels like it was designed by a race car driver and not by someone looking for, the best of this or the best of that. It's just really got an interesting mix of stuff. You don't see it on current racetracks anymore, tracks built like this, which is why I think everybody loves to come here so much.
It almost harkens back to me for the just post World War Formula One style tracks where it's almost just around an airfield, and there's not that many corners, but all of them are important, and there's also not that many straights. Pardon me. So it kind of reminds me almost of like a Goodwood or a more classic Silverstone circuit than it does the more current Herman Tilke models that we are all fans of.
Or not. Did I say that out loud? Sorry.
So we did hear. I shot a message out to kind of the whole group of staff members, and we're hearing that as Spec Miata leaves the grid, everybody reported to grid on rain tires, despite the fact that they sat waiting for the track to be ready for them. So we shouldn't have to have a conversation about tires, but we are getting ready for our final race of the day.
Yeah, here we're starting our pace lap. So let's do this. Let's take a look at our starting order. Tom, you've got all of that for us.
And on pole, he was fastest on lap 14 of 14. Vinny Miskellis in the number 112. He will start alongside Matt Stretch on the outside of the front row. Row 2, starting in third, Beckett Friesen alongside Logan Stretch in the number 98 car. All of these drivers out of Texas, as is Max Stallone starting in the 5th spot. That will be alongside Joseph Federal, who's out of LNST. That's also Texas, Lone Star region in the number 6 position. The 7th position, Jared Joseph, will start alongside the 8th position, Robert Watson. Hayden Manis is in the 9th spot in car number 88. Then number 85 car of Matthew Davis will start alongside in 10th. Row 6, the 11th position, Ryan Kipke. Daniel Manis, father to Hayden Manis, father-son group in this, will start 12th. Then row 7, car number 152, Connor Thomas, will start alongside Ahmed Salah in number 7, car number 7 in 14th, excuse me. Then the final car starting alone on 8th, Chris Rogers, will start 15th.
Vladimir Miskelis in the chat is sharing with us that this is the 1-year anniversary of Vinny's first ever race in a car at this racetrack last year. So 1 year of racing cars under his belt, and he is your pole sitter. In the rain is when he was in the pole sitter and became the pole sitter. That is some pretty good stuff.
Yeah, and these drivers had a dry qualifying session, which
they
which
were
was the
dry.
first. Yeah. Sorry not to correct you, but
No, that's
to
good.
say that they built speed. They had a lot to learn with the new surface, but now they're basically back to square one. Lights out on the pace car, and everybody's back in learning mode. Surely they've been watching the past 2 races, but the track is looking pretty significantly drier than even 20 minutes ago.
I'm looking at this. You know, I've got a theory, by the way, of why all these cars are on rain tires, Tom.
Why is that?
Because if it's dry tomorrow and they're all on dry tires, they will have almost brand new dry tires for tomorrow's races.
It's very true. There's also a couple of rivers along this track that could make 80%, 90% of the lap completely fine, and then the other half a nightmare.
Yep, that is very true. So we're going to find out. Hopefully, either way, it'll be exciting. Our leaders now should be coming onto the front straight, looking for a potential green flag. And if the starter likes what he sees, he will bring that green flag out. It is in the air. 15 cars, Spec Miata, all heading down now towards turn 1 for the first time. Vinny Miskelis is the car who is at the point. We've got a couple of cameras down because of the weather, so we're going to pick them up here as they come into turn 5 for the first time here. We'll see. Hopefully all 14 will still be with us when we get to turn 5, Tom.
Yeah, it's a nice and orderly start for the field, and they honestly hit the brakes not too soon after they cleared that camera shot, so it's a very short front straight. The best start that I could see from where I'm sitting was actually Logan Stretch in the number 98 car, was really up under the back end of Matt Stretch. They started nose to tail, but as soon as they left my vision, they were all still basically side by side down into turn 1. I'm hearing a yellow flag called at turn 1, potentially covering one car.
The Stretch brothers are now in second and third. I'm going to guess that it's Vinny Miskelis still in first, but we will see whether they can pressure him a little bit. And it does look like that's that 112 car still in first place as they come through turn 6. Not sure which car went off at turn 1, but when they come across the line here, we'll get a good idea of that.
And it could have even just been an off and on. I'm trying to follow that a little bit, but they are still absolutely nose to stern. Vinny Miskelis is kind of taking the biggest risks of everybody, as everybody else could just kind of judge how quickly that driver's going. But I think, is it Logan Stretch that I called out, is challenging for the lead potentially?
Yes.
Those cars are all in matching liveries, and I think it's the 89 looking at the outside of turn 10.
Yeah, those 3 cars, Stretch, Stallone, the 2 Stretch cars and the Max Stallone car are all matching liveries, so it's kind of hard to figure them out here. But here they come to the line
sure
for
enough,
the first
Stretch
time.
Around the outside, trying to get the drag race before turn 1. Sorry to jump on you there, but they
That's
were
all right.
drag racing into the brake zone, and it's a question, do you want the outside or the inside for turn 1? We're going to have to wait to find out.
Well, Stretch got the outside and made it work with a very slight lead over Miskelis coming to the line for the first time. Stretch, Miskelis, Beckett Friesen, Max Stallone, and Matt Stretch might have been the car that went off in turn 1 because he's all the way down in 15th place.
Oh, yeah, there's 89 and 98. My dyslexic brain got me. So, yeah, Logan Stretch at the 98. Matt Stretch was off. The other killer start for Hayden Manis from 9th on the grid up to 5th in the number 88 car. That's a, I believe, solid red, darker red. Here they are.
So there
it's
must
kind of a
be,
top 5 breakaway.
Yeah, must be 4 similarly liveried cars because Matt Stretch, also part of that team, had a 2-minute and 10-second first lap, 14 seconds slower than the slowest car. So that's a rough start for Matt Stretch. Now he's going to have to try to climb his way back up through the field to salvage as good a finish as he possibly can and get some points here.
Yeah, it's a tough start to this one. Right now, it looks like Joseph Federal is actually the quickest car on this lap, catching up to the top 5 very quickly. See that car just clinging onto the back. Has pulled away, but it's Logan Stretch and Beckett Friesen actually are their top 2. Friesen is the second car with the road wipers on. Both of those teammates have gotten past Vinny Miskelis.
As this track continues to dry, they're going to have to find a little bit of wet where they can to keep those tires as cool as possible. I believe the wet weather tire is just an unshaved version of the regular tire that they run.
Yeah, they have a second option. It's a full rain designed tire. It's actually very, very good in the wet, and everybody's starting on that. It's not necessarily the most durable. If this was a completely dry track, they'd be completely knackered by the end of it, but the track fully wet enough for sure for these drivers to have no issues at all. Back of the pack still streaming across the start-finish line, but Logan Stretch, Beckett Friesen, Vinny Miskellis, and Max Stallone are your top four. Joseph Federal and Jared Joseph came across the lines in 5th and 6th as Hayden Manis had started to get a little bit of a charge, but has dropped now back down to 9th, and now drops to the bottom of our scoreboard. We're seeing he may be off at the exit of turn 3.
Camille Hancock Friesen also in the chat. Thank you for being here. Christopher Williams in the chat. And Tom multitasking, talking and asking the Miskellis family how we pronounce the name. I love that. Thank you.
I love to get it right. I feel bad when we don't. But yeah, those top two breaking away, Stretch and Friesen, and we've talked about kind of that mentality. Where do you want to be in the car? Do you want to be judging your speed off the car in front? Do you want to be taking the risks? It's looking like Friesen's pretty racy as they cross over that river. No ABS in these cars down into turn 9.
Best thing they can do is just try to pull away and then get racy later, but that is not the driver's mentality most of the time. They want to be up front when they have the opportunity to do so. 15 minutes coming up, 15 to go here in our last race of today. For those of you who tuned in looking for a different race, we had a long rain delay. Races 4 through 7, the first race for groups 4 through 7 will be first thing tomorrow morning. People might be tuning in looking for a Spec MX-5 race, and they found a Spec Miata race.
Yeah, look a little old, don't they?
That's right, that's right.
Logan Stretch, quickest car on the track last time by quite a bit, a full second quicker than his teammate Beckett Friesen clinging on to the back. Vinny Miskellis was a second slower than that yet again, as I mistook. Actually, Friesen was basically the same lap time, not a second slower, but essentially tied.
Coming across the line this time, great lap, as you said, for Stretch and Beckett. They have opened up a 2.5 second lead over Miskellis and Max Stallone. Federal is in 5th, going through top 10. Jared Joseph, Robert Watson, Ryan Kipke, Daniel Manis, Matthew Davis. There is your top 10. Matt Stretch, after falling all the way back to last place on the first lap, already climbed back to 11th, trying to get into the top 10 here. After you go off on a first lap, especially when you go off from being close to the front, you just got to put your head down and try to collect as many points as possible in this first race of the weekend, and kind of set yourself up as good as you can. Not that your finishing position in this race has anything to do with where you start anywhere tomorrow, but it gets you back in that headspace that you can kind of put today behind you and push forward. Always, I think, better to have a problem on the first lap and be able to make up for it over the whole race than to have it on the last lap and then think about it all night long.
I agree. It's a little bit of a getting back on the horse situation, if you will. You make the mistake, you get right back on it, and you remind yourself that, oh yeah, I can do this. That was just a mistake, versus having to stew on it. That's completely accurate. This time by Beckett Friesen was the quicker of the two by about 1/10 of a second, so he reeled in Logan Stretch just slightly. But I also noticed Joseph Federal had a big slide coming into turn 9, lost a little bit of time. I wonder if he's struggling with rear grip a little bit relative to Jared Joseph, who's in the other red car running 5th and 6th.
Just under 13 minutes to go here. Spec Miata on the racetrack. There's your two leaders, Stretch and Friesen, followed by Miskellis and Stallone. If you're watching, thank you, DZ, for reminding me of this, because I never remember to say it. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and the little bell on the subscribe button, so you get the warning next time we're up here.
You know what, Brian? I just went and hit it on my own.
There you
There's
go.
another thumbs up for the stream. I was watching. I saw one car missing from the top 5. I think it's Joseph Federal, who we saw was losing grip a little bit. I think he possibly made a mistake down in turns 2 and 3, lost a bunch of positions. There he is now. So that's going to promote, I think, the 8 of Jared Joseph up into 5th, and it's going to leave that top 5 on a pretty big breakaway. try to confirm those numbers when they get a little closer to me. I can see them with my own eyes.
That's right. 230 people watching, 89 likes. That means over 100 of you haven't hit the like button. Come on, people. I'm going to like shame you. Hit that like button. Stretch, Friesen, Mescalis, Stallone, Federal, Joseph. That's your top 6 right now as we come up on the 11.5-minute mark here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Going to have the rest of race 1 tomorrow, so it'll be races 4 through 7 tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m. out here, and then I'm not quite sure if we'll have more qualifying before we get to our afternoon races. We'll get you all up to date with that. Tune in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to find out.
Yeah, tomorrow's schedule is going to be adjusted based on how quickly we get through races 4 through 7, or groups 4 through 7 in the morning. Do want to confirm that Joseph Federal did have the mistake, only dropped 1 position back to 6th, but is no longer in touch with the top 5. We're also hearing from Chris Williams in the chat, giving us the update that the stretches, Friesen, Miskellis, Federal, Stallone, and Watson are all in the same team. That's 8 drivers in a 14-car field.
Yeah, that sounds like a law firm. Stretch, Friesen, Miskellis, Federal, Stallone, and Watson. Your injury attorneys. No, I'm just kidding.
I think it'd be Friesen, Miskellis, Federal, Stallone, Watson, Stretch, and Stretch.
There you go. That's right.
They always tack them on at the end.
Exactly. Taylor Ferrante's in the chat. Thank you. You've been here with us before. Love that. Stephen Bedalov also thanking us for doing the races. We love doing it, by the way. Don't tell anybody. We love doing it. Big thanks to
Go ahead, sorry.
I say big thanks to Gregg Ginsberg, who's been braving the weather to keep our cameras running as much as possible today. Thank you, 5G, for doing that for us.
Yeah, no kidding. So a couple developments in the front of the field. Logan Stretch has checked out. He's now up about 10 car lengths. We also heard over the flag net that car number 8, Jared Joseph, who had just inherited 5th position, had either a mistake or an issue down into turn 1, and I believe is stopped with the corner workers down there. I'll try to double check that when they come through. It looks like Daniel Manis also had an issue, is running back with Joseph Federal, as Jared Joseph now starts to drop through our timing screen. That's going to promote Robert Watson up into top 5.
All right, we're past the halfway mark. Let's do our final break of the day. We don't need to do call to grid, so let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have the finish of this race. That's next. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
back here at Hallett. 6 minutes or so to go here in our racing today. And this is our Spec Miata race. Still in our first group of races. We had a big rain delay, Tom, 2 hours. And that's going to force us to finish our racing tomorrow morning. But don't go away yet. There's still some fun to go. Logan Stretch, though, he is having fun. More fun than all of the people behind him. Because he has opened up a 0.8 of a second lead over Beckett Friesen, who's just dropped the fastest lap of the day with a 1:38.7. Track definitely drying, Tom. I'm starting to see a dry line even from all the way here in Los Angeles.
And as you mentioned, Logan Stretch, Beckett Friesen turning in the fast lap of the race actually cut that lead that was well up over a second, way down. So it had looked like Logan Stretch was going to start to run away with this thing, and now Friesen has said, no, we're not doing that. He actually checked out from Vinny Miskellis, who was starting to creep up towards his mirrors just a bit. Top three spread out just a bit more than they were, but the top two are not settled at all.
Gloria DeCoxy Racing, I'm sure I completely butchered that, tells us 9 of the top 10 are Wheels America racing cars. I would call that Hallett domination.
Yeah, one of the brands eligible for the series. These cars are so spec in Spec Miata that they're only allowed to have certain wheels based on the weight. They're not allowed to have wheels lighter than a certain weight.
Correct.
So there are certain brands and wheels that are obviously go-tos. Lots of these guys like the American Racing.
There you go.
At least I think that's the brand of wheel, right?
Well, if not, we're wrong. And I bet you we'll get corrected.
Thanks, chat.
That's right. Thanks to the chat. I love it, by the way, that our people in the chat keep us honest because, you know, when we do 7 races, 18 classes, 100 cars, 150, 300, 800 cars, sometimes it's hard to get it all right. So,
I've already been corrected. I'm wrong. It's a team.
There you go.
Not a brand.
There you go. Good enough. I used to call them Tires America, so I screwed that up a long time ago. So 4:25 left in this race. Your top 10, Logan Stretch, Friesen, Max Stallone, Vinny Miskellis, Robert Watson, Ryan Kipke, Matt Stretch, after falling all the way back to 15th place on our lead lap. He's worked his way back up into 7th place here. Joseph Federer is in 8th. Then you've got Manis and Davis. That is your top 10 here at Hallett with 4 minutes to go.
Last time through, Max Stallone took over the 3rd position. So now it's those 3 matching cars running 1, 2, and 3. Stallone a pretty decent distance back from the top 2. So I think it's still kind of a Stretch Friesen show there. They are coming into turn number 9. And that's the gap back to 3rd position, which is still being contested by Vinny Miskellis, now down to 4th. Robert Wilson is running a pretty lonely 5th in the number 27 car. That's a dark car with neon green numbers, about, call it half a lap back or so.
Beckett now 1.2 seconds back. It does feel like Logan Stretch is kind of just managing this lead at the moment. He's able to kind of keep Beckett a second or so back, and he's comfortable with that at the line this time by 0.9 seconds with 3 minutes and 15 to go. Looks like they're going to get 2 more laps in this race, and we will call it a day here for our final race of the day here at Hallett.
You make a good point about the leader, Logan Stretch. Even if he sees Beckett Friesen trying to start to climb, big spin for the 5th place runner. The 27 car goes across the track from left to right, excuse me, just into the sewer grate for a moment. Look at all the water on the ground.
Stop. Yes.
And he gets it going.
Don't stop till you've had enough.
Wild. So Logan Stretch, I was mentioning, if you see the car behind starting to catch, but you're in your rhythm, it's such a hard decision to make. Do I try to take more risks? Do I try to go quicker, or do I stay in my own rhythm? And I agree. It looks like Logan Stretch is mostly just doing his thing, whether Friesen gets closer or further away. There's the battle for 4th, and now that's going to promote Ryan Kipke up to 5th. Still way back. That is not Kipke there in the shot. That's a lapped car, but 5th place is changed by 1 position.
2 minutes, 15 seconds to go here. I don't want it to end, Tom. It's so good.
I know we spent 4 hours waiting for the racing, but we're gonna have to wait for the rest of it tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna have
I've leaned forward in my chair for sure.
Jam-packed schedule tomorrow, folks. You're definitely gonna want to join us back here tomorrow. We're supposed to have 7
races tomorrow. We're going to have bonus coverage tomorrow. It's going to be 12 races here tomorrow on the SCCA official channel here, so you will not want to miss it. White flag is in the air for Logan Stretch. 1.8 miles, 10 turns to a big victory if Logan Stretch can keep the car on the racetrack here as we get to the final few corners.
Hottest battle on the track, I think, is going to come down to Stallone and Miskellis, 3rd and 4th. They're the only cars that are really near each other for position until we get back down towards Robert Watson, who actually has Matt Stretch all over him. Stretch was able to come back from that mistake on turn 1. He sits in the 7th position and only has to go a little bit quicker, about 1 second quicker, to catch Robert Wilson to get 6th. That's not a bad charge back.
We don't give away a Drive of the Day award here, but if Matt Stretch, if there was one, I would give it to Matt Stretch today for coming back. He's already climbed now up to 6th place, and he's gotten around Robert Watson. I don't think there's any chance that he's going to make up the 7 seconds up to Ryan Kipke here to get into the top 5, but he has passed 9 cars so far. Christopher Williams in the chat says Matt Stretch getting a lot of passing practice today. Probably wished he wasn't, but that could be fun too. Once you figure out your lot in life is to go from the back to the front, you just want to have some fun, and I bet you he had a blast doing this.
Well, it's honestly a shame they don't give away a trophy for most passes, because it is true. If you start at the back, you pass a bunch of cars, chances are you had more fun than everybody but the guy that won.
Yep.
So you really kind of have to look at it that way and look at the bright side when you have those situations.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Back in the day when Paul Newman would show up at Lime Rock with his Nissan, red, white, and blue Nissan car, he would oftentimes start at the back of the pack, drive all the way to the front, and then he would pull in on the last lap or two to let the club racers who are out there every weekend take the win and take the trophies. And he said, I had more fun doing that than anything else. Checkered flag is in the air for Logan Stretch. Puts in the best lap on the last lap, a 1:38.5. Beckett Friesen comes in 2nd. Max Stallone will take the final spot on the podium here at Hallett. And that is how we're going to wrap it up here, Tom. A good day of racing despite the weather. When they were on the racetrack, there was some phenomenal stuff going on. Car handling expertise, car not handling expertise. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun, and we're only halfway through. Not even halfway through.
I know.
We got, like you said, double tomorrow. We have at least 11 races coming your way. Probably, likely, some more qualifying. If not, then the races will certainly be closer to full length. Hopefully, as close to 35 minutes, if not the full length, as possible.
I might have a little information about tomorrow's schedule. Just give me a second here. No, I was not included on that email. Well, they're working it out. It's a bit of a game of Tetris to get the schedule together for after all of the problems that we had today, and we will get that schedule put together. We'll get we'll try to get the YouTube notes updated for tomorrow, so we kind of have a better idea. And if we don't get that done, the best way to figure it out is to tune in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning right here on the SCCA YouTube channel. And we will be able to, SCCA official YouTube channel, and we'll be able to get you all that information right there when we go live at 8 a.m. Central Time. That would be 7 a.m. Eastern, and I don't know. Nope. I'm bad with time zones. 9 a.m. Eastern. 6 a.m. Yeah, 6 a.m. on the West Coast. So I'll be up with a cup of coffee at that point in time, and it'll be a good time. Any final thoughts, Tom, before we say goodbye?
Nah, just looking forward to tomorrow to see what track condition we get. If we have more rain overnight, potentially more storms, not storms really, but clouds in the forecast for tomorrow, with half of our drivers still sitting either back at home or in the paddock going, I still got a race. But the drivers here at the Hallett Super Tour putting on some good performances today, and enjoyed it with all y'all. Thanks for joining us live also on the internet and hopefully enjoying our sounds on the paddock.
There you go. All right, big thank you to the corner workers and all the SCCA officials who spent time in the rain and those who didn't. We couldn't get it done here without you. He is Tom O'Gorman. I'm Brian Bielanski. Jordan Worth is our director. Gregg Ginsberg also gets the award today for our crew in the rain. Thank you, Greg. Really thanks to you for going out and keeping us on the air today. We will be back tomorrow morning doing it all again, 8 a.m. Central Time. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow.